you hear us?
Hello, test.
Hey, Dave, can you hear us?
Test.
Dave, can you hear us?
Go back to attending.
Hello? Dave.
So it should be good.
Dave, can you hear us? Hello? Deeper test, and you, Dave, Don Hughes, are you there? Dave.
Is that phone turned up so that we can hear it?
Hello, who's on there now?
You on the spot? You're on the phone.
Hello, test.
Isso, Rebeca, começa aqui. Você pode agora do.
Dave, Don, Hughes, you hear me? Hello?
Hi, this is Alan. I can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Guys, I'm very sorry.
Seems to be a lot of feedback right now.
Well, I hear the background too. Okay, so leave everybody in. Okay, good. Okay, folks. Apologize, folks. Thanks, Chris from Barango, for coming through. More than just solar. All right. All right, good. Okay, so basically, what we did, we have the solutions from each group, and we took what we believe was the recommendation. We merged them into one document. So if you look at this, it says issue number 1, and it says Group A and Group B. Then we underline what we believe were the key points of the recommendation. So, and then hopefully, the only discussion that we may need is just on those key points. And then once we agree on those key points, then what we'd like to do is take this information, all the information that the groups worked on. So Group A worked on solution 1, and Group B worked on solution 1. Take their information, merge all that together with our final recommendation. And then not spend the time wordsmithing each word here. We'll do that on the side separately. So does that work for everybody? And I think that will get us a little quicker to agree on the main concepts of what we're trying to recommend. One challenge.
So how does that wordsmithing go again?
Okay, let me just give you an example. So we have the briefing note from Group A, the briefing note from Group B, and they both work on issue number 1. So we took from Group A the main points that of the paragraph that talked about the recommendation, and the same thing from Group B. So Group B, you look at the briefing note number 1. They have ultimate recommendations. So they have 4 items, ultimate recommendations. So we took that out. And then of those 4 items, highlighted, underlined the key words that define that recommendation. Okay? And we put that together in one document, which is issue number 1. Okay? So here on this document, that's Group A and Group B. And that has the words directly from the briefing note. And that underlines the key items we believe that's what makes the recommendation. So what we'd like to do is just make sure that works for everybody, and then if that works, then we can talk about, the underlying items and see if we come to some kind of agreement that that's the key things that we want to recommend. And then once we do that, then separately on the side, we'd like to get a couple folks to help write that final recommendation that will be published. So we'll take the work that all the groups have done, Group A and B, all that background information, all the discussions, and bring them to one document with the final recommendation.
And then does the overall SEAC then,
go to the last one.
Hector, so then does the overall SEAC have an opportunity to view that final draft, the final document?
Yes, exactly.
And how much, and I guess what part of my concern is, how much time are you providing for people to kind of digest and to see that? Because that's a lot of things for us to look through, and considering, some of us do something else once in a while.
Really? What? Come on.
Once in a while.
Hector, can I make a comment there? Every single person in this room, every single person online, you agreed to join a committee. And when that document comes out, you have to make your commitment to yourself in big, solid blocks of time. You need to get it on your day timer, and you not just put it on your day timer. Do it. Put in 3 hours, put in 4 hours, suck it up, you join the committee, make it happen.
Thank you, Sparky. But my problem is, and that's all well and good. I'm on several committees, Sparky, and but my problem concern is that
Everyone is that
when you is that you also need to recognize people also have a life.
Yeah.
But you need to give a little time for people, and a little bit of time for people to review, and also bear in mind that some of us work for organizations that we sometimes need or will have to be compelled to find out, do at least a couple of quick calls within our organization, because I'm representing not just John Packer, I'm representing an organization. So I have to vet a few things out.
So, John, Sparky, you're both on point. I mentioned earlier, the commitment, it's tough. I mean, it's tough.
I know I signed up especially because of at least one person. I know what I was getting myself into. But
good stuff.
But like I said, is that I just want to make sure we're clear that it's like you need to give like 2-3 days or
no, you'll have more than
a
that.
week or
more than
that.
So
I can't do it like the next day.
That's the impression I'm feeling a lot of that part, and there's like I said, there's other things.
Like I said earlier, this is a huge time commitment, and we know the time folks are spending on this. We're trying to find the best way that we can get quicker to agreeing on the big idea. And then definitely, so once we have consensus on the key concepts or underlying concepts, we're at a draft, detailed briefing note, okay, based on all the background work, and then we'll package that together, send it to everybody. And we want to give at least 2 weeks, not 2 days, not 3 days, okay, to digest it. But ultimately, what we like to kind of stay away is thinking of each little word. Or, if we look at, the inspection checklist or the photo checklist, I think we come up with those fairly quickly. If, 10 photographs versus 15, I think we can do that fairly quickly. And instead of getting bogged down, the angle, the picture, or this, I think we can, there's some really good examples out there of people that have already done that. And we can just build on that. And we really like to limit the time that you guys are involved. We're really committing a lot to this. So try and minimize the impact to you guys. So if this works, fantastic. If this doesn't work, I want to hear from you. So we want to make sure that, we value your time and we can get through this quicker without, John, I know everybody here is busy, granted. You get emails from Paula after midnight, and she's working hard. Everybody's, doing their job here. But any way we can make this easier and minimize the impact, we definitely want to know. If this works, if we can agree on the key concepts, then we don't have to worry about right now spending several hours on each little word on the solution. That might just really bog us down. So I want to just.
One thing is that, and I'm trying to remember in what format the documents were provided. But if the documents are provided in, for example, in my mind, if they're provided in Word docs, it's very easy for me to go through and do track changes and input comments. And maybe there's some way that we kind of agree what is the best way, the simplest way to provide those comments.
Great.
I noticed that group assignment work was all provided in Word docs within the group. And then it was shared as a PDF before the meeting.
I
Right, but I don't have a chance to put it's a little bit more difficult on PDFs.
We'll get it to Word. Everybody will get it in Word.
I'd just like to say that when you're part of the committee, you're kind of more aware of what's going on. I know you missed the last meeting, but the discussion among the committee members just really prepares you for the next meeting. So, you know, all this stuff, all this language might sound kind of vague right now.
Well, it's the fun of seeing, okay, here's two discussion groups with their items, and then there's a third document that is you're trying to follow. You need to, as I understand this, what you're expecting us to do is follow what was done on these two different groups, how that was distilled to this, and then to have like 2 weeks to look at this.
That's at least 2 weeks, yes.
And then whatever's from here on all those comments, then that's going to be put into yet a final document that there will be one final more opportunity to say, no, wait a second, you didn't understand what I said. And then
you'll have those chances.
But then, that I understand there's the other half of the equation, which is you don't want to go with, okay, we could pick it to death, by 1,000 ducks, pick it by 1,000 ducks kind of thing. And you can have more and more iterations. So that's the question is how you deal with that.
The good thing, the really good news is that if you go back and look at all the solutions, and there's no conflicts, which is awesome. There really are no conflicts. Now, one group is saying this, another group is saying that, and they're conflicting. And that is a fantastic thing that happens. And they're really additive. One adds on the other, which makes it, I believe, a little easier to come to a decision. So why don't we just walk through this a little bit and so you get the idea. If you look at group A, if you look at, go down, sorry, the issue, a little more, scroll down, still in. I can read it. What will be considered satisfaction of the building official to meet the inspection requirements in B 2188? Okay, so two groups. Group A, talk about one inspection process. Key items. Have a suitable digital camera to unspot photos of related items directed by inspectors. So some kind of photo documentation of the work that was done. Again, photo documentation. Contractor promotion is signed an affidavit, and part of the related, you can talk about Form 11. We'll get to that. So some kind of affidavit releasing some kind of liability. Is that in terms of permitted or unpermitted? And then go up and talk about big group action, providing a ladder, okay, to meet some standards. Now you look at Group B, having the jurisdiction, AHJ, from the responsible party on site. So I believe it's saying that the contractor should have somebody there that has familiarity with what has been installed and has some familiarity with the type of work. So it represents the minimum of PV codes and installation. Okay, so there it is. And the ladder and tool comes up again. So there's no conflict. AJ's required installation instructions. So everybody has these instructions, clear instructions that are verified for whatever process the products that were installed. Training comes up in almost everywhere you see training. For installers and inspectors, contractors should have better quality control. That's something internal for your contractor's operations. Contractors provide installers with installation photograph checklists. So again, the photograph documentation comes up. So you look at these two groups, basically they came very close as to what the solution is. And so you look at this from a big perspective, there was really photo documentation, quality control, having a checklist so everybody understands exactly what was installed, a checklist for the inspectors, a checklist for the contractors. So you see that things are complementary and they kind of add with each other. This was kind of we found with all the solutions. So if we take one at a time, okay, is this, I'll hear from all of you, is there an agreement? I mean, we can take item by item if you like, or we can just take this as a whole.
Basically, the bullets will be what's underlined.
Okay.
Yeah. So we go down. Sorry, scroll up. Scroll up. So we can look at Group A, one inspection. Okay, that's what do you guys feel about, we had a lot of discussions, various discussions on the one inspection. And it seems that that's a concept that, it's 80/20/188 talks about the combination single inspection. So that's the big concept, and I wonder how's the group feel about that? That's something that SEAC can agree and put forward. Either way.
Well, I'm kind of the new kid around the block here, so can somebody give me an idea about the one inspection? Because as being an inspector for 28 years, it's very rare I see a one-time inspection, especially on a solar. I understand about the checklist and stuff like that, but and the affidavit is for what? Because there's roofing that's usually involved and other stuff and that. So can somebody give me a brief description of what one inspection process is?
I think the affidavit thing is more of a LA County thing,
Okay.
but I think what it's related to is in cases where you make up solar installation going on in unpermitted construction.
Absolutely, that's for that. But as far as one inspection is, we're trying to get ourselves in line with 18/21/88, which is required for one inspection. And on that guidebook, on the California guidebook, there is a 19-point inspection checklist that we have extracted, and we add a couple of things to it. For example, we add with the photos, with the videos of the connections. So we're going to be, so my inspectors are going to be looking for checking out connections, okay, or checking out the labels, the areas that cannot be seen visibly as you're on that roof. So, well, I want to see that point right there. I want to see that corner, and then it would be a picture of the connections right there for the inspector to go.
Oh, okay. Can I add something to that affidavit from Group A? Even though I did steal your affidavit, darn your word for word.
We want you to steal it.
That's
what you do.
That's an additional affidavit, and my opinion is the average homeowner has no idea AB 2188 went through. And I proved this again last night at the city council meeting. A homeowner came up to me and said, "Are you guys serious? You're going to just do one inspection?" I was so happy my inspector went through my system with a fine-tooth comb. And I said, "See me next meeting, I'll spend 15 minutes with you and I'll explain what we're going to do." And that is when our documents come in online for plan check submittal, the homeowner needs to be aware that they're getting one inspection. And the contractor has to also sign that document. If they don't want just one inspection, they don't sign a document, and we'll be happy to accommodate an in-progress inspection. And at any time during the process, if they request that, of course we'll respond and give them an in-process inspection. But in that affidavit, it also lets them know that the contractor will be taking pictures throughout the process. And when the inspector arrives on site, we'll have a ladder on site. They'll go to the top of the ladder and stay there unless there's a safe walkable area. And if the inspector thinks they need additional photographic evidence, to compare it to an existing picture, or they don't think there was enough pictures, you're now art director. Hey, installer, please go over to that area, shoot me a picture, and bring it back so I can look at it and compare.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've always done some inspection. And I respect what you guys say, because ultimately you are protecting the homeowner, and I love that story. But by the same token, convincing my managers to do 2 inspections, even when the homeowner requests it ain't gonna happen. And that's one of the reasons I think that the SEAC is important, is to try to get us all doing the same thing. So Solar City goes to my jurisdiction, they're doing the same thing that they're doing over in Howard County.
Yeah.
But I just, when you got different management having different ideas, it's tough. It's hard to do that. I don't know how we're going to get over those hurdles.
guess I would echo what Patrick said. I don't want to add an affidavit where I don't have one, in San Diego. So I respect that, the jurisdiction wants that, and they may require that as a separate item for installers in that jurisdiction, but I wouldn't want to propose it as the SEAC committee that we add an affidavit.
Again, I'm the new kid on the block here. Like I said, I'm still doing inspections today. And so even though I'm in the office, I still go out and look at things and stuff like that. In a perfect world, everything's put in perfectly. I can see a one inspection. And we have some very good installers here. And we also have some other installers that are not here that do whatever. If an inspector goes out, doing his one inspection, and he has a violation of the electrical code, he's done his one inspection. Now I have a hazard. And you have another inspection.
Oh, no, the one inspection, that doesn't mean one inspection, you have to sign it.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah, but that's in some people, that's an impression.
It could be any impression, but yeah, as far as other county, I speak for other counties. When we say one inspection, that means we try to get your installation approved with one inspection. But it could be corrections written.
Yeah.
That it could be multiple inspection after all the
Sure. Yeah, I've talked to other municipalities that are now dealing with this issue, and they see that one inspection. That's it. Maybe
we should add that.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that the committee are going to have to, along with all this process, is make sure that those other jurisdictions, because we're setting the guideline, trying to provide options for these other municipalities and guidelines. So by saying one inspection, they're going, it ain't going to happen.
So that's really.
The story behind one inspection was really came from certain jurisdictions where it required different entities inspected just the same job.
Right.
That's where all it came from. It was nothing to do with a single inspector going to the job site, in this case, in our case, a combination inspector.
Yeah.
Sees the job is okay, write it up or has a correction, write it and walk away. That was the whole idea of a single inspection. It was never meant to be that you go there and right or wrong, you find it off.
Right. No,
Never developed to be that way.
So that's a really excellent point that needs to be clarified. Part of the story, the background to this item.
So a couple of thoughts on this, and unfortunately I don't see some of these reflected in the summary, but first is that I think that it would be valuable to have what I would term as FAQs that would address fears and concerns that there are about one inspection, to demystify it, to take out that, to say, hey, does this mean that only one inspection and that's it, and regardless, and I have to take it? And the answer would be no. And once you, then all bets are off on there being one inspection. And if it takes 15 inspections for it to finally be brought in compliance, that's what it's going to take. It's just, but the goal is to try to do it in one inspection. That kind of thing. Yeah. The second thing that I think that I saw that came up at least in our group discussion that unfortunately I don't see in here that I thought was an excellent point, that when you have the photo documentation, I think you need to have criteria for how that photo documentation is to be. And I think that has to be part of the development in here, a companion document. Because Sparky brought up an excellent point in our discussion, which was that show on the picture, on the visual pictures, that there is, in the picture, there's a card that says, this is the job site. So it's not like you're getting the same picture of the same, of this one house that they did in compliance, and then it will apply for every other house that is installed in LA County or in the area. The third is that going down into the bottom part of the group B on the C and D is that what I think is that there is some degree of presumption. I think that we have excellent installers here in the room. They're you guys, you're investing your time. You're doing everything you need to do. Now, what about the guy who decides today, tomorrow I think I'm going to be, everybody else is, I think I'm going to be a PV installer. And they may be a general contractor. They may, under their license, be able to do it. but have they been involved? Have they had the training? Have they demonstrated competency? Do they have the experience? Then that gets into a whole different ballgame, because I know that for inspector, I've talked to numerous inspectors over the years, is that if you're going to go, when you go to a job site where you know the installer and you've seen their work, and you're going to have a little bit different approach, because you're going to go, oh, I have a comfort level, whereas this guy is just brand new. So I think there needs to be some figuring of how one can demonstrate a competency of the installer, and then very much so. The fourth, actually, this goes to my fourth point on the installation, on the training part. Your item C is that you're saying that we recommend that a group like us organizes training for this. But there's nothing that is either shall we say, giving any incentive for somebody to go to training. I would suggest that if somebody goes to training and is going continual training, then I'm going to give them a lot more than I would expect out of them, and be easier than for somebody who's going to be, I'm not going to go to the training, I'm not going to learn, I'm not going to know what's going on. And that training is not just a one-time thing. It's got to be ongoing, because the code's constantly changing. Sorry, that's my soapbox.
Just wanted to
I know you guys are going to have fun with that one inspection, but those are the things that I think that you really need to.
Just wanted to jump in, maybe clarify a couple of things. Single inspection is only required by AB 2188 for those permits to go through that process.
Correct.
So if they go through that process, you have to provide it. The goal of standardization is a good one, but I have to note that Varengo does a good job, but they don't do it the same way as Solar City, and vice versa. So just as all companies approach their work in a different method, jurisdictions have the right to do that. It's good that we all try to be on the same page as much as possible, but we have to recognize that the peoples of certain areas have the right to run things in their areas as they see. So there'll always be some differences. Be careful of the photo thing. This just came up yesterday, so I have to mention it. We do, at this point, do flashing underlayment inspections for tile roofs. And we keep getting told we're the only one that does it, and that may be or may not be. But we had a contractor from Southern California that does work down here. No one that's here today. They wouldn't be here. But also does work does work in our area. So I'm not talking about a mom and pop. I'm talking about a company that's been in it for a while. They didn't get their flash inspection on a tile roof. We asked them for evidence. They gave us several digital pictures. We went out to the site and said, okay, that's great, but could you open up that one over there? Pull the mod off and open up the tile so we can see it. And after he kicked the dirt and cut a little bit, he said, the only ones we did are the two we took pictures of. That's the only ones we flashed. We didn't flash the rest of them. They just came clean. So don't be naive. Now, no one in this room would do that, but you're competing against people who do. And the only way we can ensure a level playing field is if we have the ability to check for that. And I'm not saying you can't do it with photographs, but don't be naive. Think about what you're looking at, and that may, in effect, be more legwork than just looking at the first place.
Not only that, it may put you in a position thinking you did the job right, and it turns out that you didn't.
There we go. Sparky, you were.
Okay. John brought up a good point about the training.
Several good points.
I really think there needs to be a way to recognize installers and contractors if they continually go to training, that we should gather a list and share it and post it up on our website. We wouldn't want to recommend a contractor, but I don't mind having a running list on my website that
These
shows
guys are attending
all
training.
right.
Yeah, so, look.
And kind of in that same light, when CSI was still active or more prevalent, you would have your independent inspection for the rebate process. And normally you got to know the inspector, either BW or whoever SCE selected, and you would start to see that, you didn't know which one of your 7 or 10 or 20 jobs was getting inspected, but you would get a random spot check that was very thorough by a third party. And as a result.
So in your item D, if you notice, it says, we recommend that contractors provide their installers with installation and photograph checklist for that. I think we should also recommend that contractors provide their installers with training.
That goes back to.
So that's next question.
Yeah. So let's one more, or Jeff, and then let's see if we can summarize this.
So Pete, I'd like to, and whoever else might be interested in this whole question about flashing at the underlayment level, I had a lengthy conversation with the president of the Power Reach Institute yesterday, and I'm going to give you an update on how the code language really does work when it pertains to tile flashing. Photo guidelines, to John's point, there is an effort underway to specify the exact photo guidelines as they would be required. I think Hector and Paul have recruited a couple folks to help work up that detailed list. So that's definitely an effort that's, being worked on. The whole fraud issue, that could apply to more than just flashing, quite honestly. It applies to grounding also, and my argument that I made in previous discussions was that I don't see this as much different than any other fraudulent activity that a contractor could use.
That's what we're there to look for.
And while I feel that not every building official might be a code expert in every area, I think they're pretty good at spotting people that are trying to pull the wool over and inspector's eyes.
If we can look.
Admittedly. So valid points, but I definitely feel that anybody has an interest in better understanding what the code really does say as it relates to tile flashing. I have a lot of additional information I can provide maybe later today for that smaller group.
And the article that you wrote is excellent. They should share that. That really presents it well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think relating to what John talked about in training and everything, really what it boils down to is that it's installed by qualified individuals. How they go about that, you may have people in your business that, can't train. So are we going to require them to have certification or something like that? No. We just need to make sure that it's installed by qualified individuals. And the NEC backs you up on that. In Article 6 and 90, it's actually in there. It says that PV systems shall be installed by a qualified individual.
And you can't be a general contractor and install yourself without using subs for those sectors. You have to be either a C10 or C46, so they don't sub it to C10 or C.
Well, they can in
We're talking
California.
residential.
Yeah. Look on the CSLB website.
Right? Am I correct? I'm correct in that, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I guess that would go back.
It's not commercial.
So what we're trying to do is summarize this. Okay, so Paula.
One last comment. One last comment. Training is great. I'm in favor of it. I do a lot of training. It does not replace inspection. And I'm saying that with 35 years of experience in this trade. 25 as an installer, working in a lot of your jurisdictions.
Agreed. Some people leave my training, believe it or not.
You have to inspect.
One of the reasons for that is because what they do in the field is they want to go out surfing. So they're going to push through this job as quick as they can, or they're being paid piecework, working, whatever. So they can get all the training in the world.
Or get in the bar.
It doesn't get
It happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as having an affidavit for in process or not, I'm just thinking if we just have an information sheet provided to the contractor that has to share with the owner, at that point it's in them to decide if they want to have more than one or two. It doesn't necessitate anyone signing anything because we're not breaking any law. If they make the request, usually we'll see request in writing, say I want to have more than two inspections or more than one inspection. And that would be the bottom, we don't have to go through a lot of legal process.
Okay, last word on this, and then I'm going to try to summarize.
Got 2 points. One, coming from the installation side, I've never looked at the building inspector to be the person that's supposed to be my catch-all for the things that I err on. The contractor state license board is supposed to police me, and the homeowner will police me when I do a bad job and I improperly flash something on the roof and it leaks. I'm on the hook to repair that damage. So while I want them to make sure that they're checking everything that the city wants to check on their behalf, I'm not using them as my own service department, basically, to catch the stuff that I miss on my install. They're not supposed to be my QC. I should be my own QC, and I would look to them to slap my hand if they catch me more than once doing something wrong. The RME for the company should be the person determining quality. It should be the person that's actively in these trainings and actively retraining their own staff, because then it balloons very fast. But
I think that's what we're saying.
Right. And I think on the 1 versus 2 in the request, I think we just need to be really clear when saying to try to accomplish a one-time inspection, we're not cutting any corners that you would have gotten a better job on in doing 2 or 3 or 4 inspections. We're still asking for all that same information to be captured and readily accessible to the inspector or whoever needs to see it to feel comfortable about the work performed on that job site. So I think that needs to be made clear to the homeowner that we're trying to make this a seamless and efficient process for all parties involved, and we're not cutting corners to do it.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is provide the guidelines for the other municipalities to be able to get to that one inspection that they're going to be comfortable with. I think that's the whole purpose.
Sure. All right, so, Paula, I'm going to need help here. Okay, no, you said it. So, kind of summarizing this. Okay, so, the one inspection is like this black box, kind of mysterious. There's different people see it from different perspectives. The homeowner, the installer, the inspector. So we got to demystify that. So I heard maybe an FAQ might be the way to do it, and really explain what that is. It's not, hey, one inspection is done and walking away no matter the job is done well or bad. So that has to be clarified. So when we talk about, when Group A talks about one inspection, that needs to be clarified, what that really means. So it's clear not only to the people in the room and the people outside the room.
I think we've got one bullet that we can all agree on, and that would be having a responsible party on site for the inspection.
Absolutely.
Or qualified person, that's exactly right.
Definitely. So that's one of the items here. So you have from the contractor side who's there at the job site, the job is completed, that person has the knowledge and experience that if a question comes up, that they can answer. Is that what you're looking for, a qualified person from and then, maybe, let me see, responsible party, type of inspection. Now, so demystify the single inspection, clarify what that is, qualified person from the installer side. B is good too, Bobby? B is good too. B, yes. Installation instructions, and that goes into another subject, but those are installation instructions.
That could probably be added to the checklist.
Okay.
No.
I thought it was.
What needs to be on site for the inspection, probably would be part of the checklist.
So there's a photographic checklist, and then we're talking about a regular checklist. So that should be part of the solution, and we decide an agreement on that. Okay? So we have a checklist for both the inspector and the contractor. So we're both looking at the same thing. Does that make sense? Yeah.
On point B, it doesn't need to be part of the plan set, correct? Because I think we start to see that we kill a lot of trees printing off individual installation instructions so long as that crew has a binder with all the racking, inverter, cut sheets, UL sheets for ground lugs and weeds or whatever's on site. So long as that data sheet and installation instructions are accessible with the crew, that should be fine, correct?
The contractor needs to be on site with all of his or her documentation. The building inspector should be able to go up with just the permit.
Sure.
Okay, so
Did we capture that there's an option to photograph and perhaps remove 2 or 3?
I think all these things should be an option.
Yeah. I don't want to put the language out that photograph is the only way to do it. That may be an option, but maybe we should point out that a jurisdiction has other options.
Any at all, this should be an optional thing.
So, what I'm trying to see at, there's really no authority, there's no, this is, we don't have.
There will be people though that will use it.
Okay.
So you gotta be careful. It says this is a mandate.
It's not a mandate, these are recommendations, and then when we write these solutions, we describe what the benefits are. And hopefully those benefits are enough to convince people this is the right thing to do. And definitely there could be options, that's required, because it's not like, hey, photograph or nothing, this is an option, and the city has other options to do. So, but we're trying to figure what are best practices, we're trying to see what can work, hopefully for a lot of people. If it works for all, that's fantastic. But again, this is not a mandate. It's really recommendations only. Okay. So, let me see. So a checklist, it's not we'll call it an options checklist for both sides, for both parties, until you understand, what the inspector's looking at, what the contractor is looking at. Photograph, documentation, and then on the side we can have a group really to say, hey, how many photographs, what type,
that can be worked out separately. There's some ideas as a checklist I have seen, and those can be brought back to the groups to be refined. Have a quality person is qualified on the installer side there. They can answer questions. We know what we're talking about with all the documentation in a binder, and so you don't have to reproduce it all the time. It's just there. Anything else? That are kind of the key items here.
So one question on that, shall we say, so-called binder, is that, all right, so this is something that the installer puts together, and then they use for then on out, or, because what if Craig changes his instructions?
Yeah.
And that's, I think, a little bit dicey, saying, having that recognition in that way.
If it's on the plan, we should have the current version of instructions for it, and that should be on us to police.
And I'll say this, is that instructions from a listing agency's point of view, and it doesn't matter who the listing agency is that none of us go onto the website and check the installation instructions that may be posted up there. What we are looking at are the instructions that are packaged with the product and sent with the product. So they may be different, and they may be also some, they may change in time. So that's why
They may change, but I don't think you're allowed to post those to your website as the official instructions if it hasn't been cleared with the listing agency already.
Nope. You are sadly misguided if you think that. Because, again, we do not review anything that is posted on your website. Now, if somebody comes along and says, I see, Richard, we do this, we'll see something on the website because somebody will draw our attention to it and go, that's not correct. Then what we do is that we'll take that issue up and we'll have that addressed with manufacturers.
I understand people do that, but that's not legitimate.
Let's go with reality.
You can find that out by the listing too.
I'm just saying, be careful how you write what you say, how the installation sections are. That's worth the job.
I don't think,
the current installation instructions provided by the manufacturer would be reasonable. You'd agree with that?
I don't know how much, again, we don't want to make it so restrictive, the language in this, so hopefully it's the latitude's in there, but.
It's not a question of being restricted, it's being
I think we should create something like a toolkit, checklist for installers, where the possibility of deviations from manufacturer, we use a very generic statement like refer to manufacturer installation instructions.
Provided with the product.
Right. And that way, at least,
there won't be any. Would that be part of the checklist that the contractor has, the inspector has?
That would be, like, I don't know if it's going to be their checklist is identical to inspector, but I would say it would be something for they specifically supposed to do, like install this, that, this, whatever that is, flashing, whatever that the issues are, making like a toolkit checklist for the installer only. And then the inspector has his own checklist that can.
Let me ask you guys, you guys have that already?
Conceptual idea. They can present it to the inspector.
We have binders with install instructions and specs and things like that, and the deal sheet.
Yeah, we carry the same thing, full install binder, full MSDS.
I agree. I agree with John 100%. It has to be the instructions that are provided with the product, because I've seen variations out there. The manufacturers change constantly.
Yeah.
Hector?
Yes.
We keep talking about the instructions and whether they're out of date and what shows up in the binder and whether it has to be from the manufacturer. Sometimes the manufacturers themselves put out incorrect information. Pete just handed me one this morning, which is a letter from a manufacturer of some panels that basically says, by the way, you don't have to follow the instructions that I provided with my panel because I'm telling you that it's okay to do something different for the ground. And of course, I just verified in the file, no, it's not. It hasn't been evaluated. It's not part of the manufacturer's certification. And so, then this is a letter from the manufacturer, and it will probably end up in somebody's binder.
Yeah, well, that's how it came to me.
So, to say that the manufacturer says it's okay. And
If
installation instructions.
Which goes completely against 110.3B of the National.
So if I can have a second, because we're going off in a different tangent here. Installation instructions, I think, when we talk about the next set of issues, I think we're going to touch on that, and we can really expand the discussion. So if you can just hold off on that, and just kind of refocus on the first solution, and just want to be sure that we have captured like the big things here. So when we write the more detailed briefing note, maybe kind of reiterate, if you have that, but kind of the big, just one more time, just to be sure. So demystifying the single inspection.
Yeah, so you've got here the FAQ.
Okay, so
Have a responsible person on site at the inspection. Demystify, I'm not too sure.
The one inspection.
That's one, the first one,
Right.
you can drop that.
Okay, all right.
Really clarify what that means, one inspection, and the options that jurisdictions have.
Then photographic checklist and options and additions to the checklist.
So, and then a checklist for both parties, so both know exactly at the time of inspection what's being looked at. I just want to make sure we're okay there.
Wasn't there also, how does there the demonstration of competency, training?
That's under a general topic.
We'll touch that on the next.
Qualified.
So we can,
So how, what is the maybe I'll rephrase it then. How you can demonstrate as being a qualified installer as required by the NEC.
We could have 2 days. The person who is trained.
And then you can give some examples of what would be that, such as you're doing that training, you're attending.
So if you have some suggestions on that, Paula, can they send them to you? What sort of the qualified person? I'm sure. Okay, good.
There's a definition in NEC about qualified person. Appendix 9 talks about qualified person, and then when you get the definition, it says the person who is trained.
Okay, and that's
it.
Right.
Leave it as the person who is trained.
okay. So just make sure we capture the big items, and I want to just check around the room and see how we did. Just kind of look around. We're okay?
I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're narrowed it down really well, but I think we need to look at the language that Paula comes up. Right.
Okay, all right, we'll do that.
So that's my understanding
All right.
of the next thing, and then we can comment on
Don't
that.
rush out words fast.
Okay.
We're lazy, we need time to.
Wait, so I want to, this is not the first time in this meeting that Pete said, hey, don't push it. So we got to be respectful of that, because the language is really critical. It really, really is, because somebody that's not in this room, not involved in the inspection, is going to look at this, and they may interpret it differently than what, they're not here in the room. So the language is critical. We all know that, and that's why we have lawyers sometimes, and we get engaged. So we just, we'll do our best to get that and write it in a way that's very simple, and hopefully the message comes across clearly. Okay, good. All right, so, do we all agree on those big items? We'll, down the line, I'm looking at the language, be sure we're okay. Anybody have any concerns? Online, anybody have any concerns?
Okay. No one had any of that.
Okay, awesome. All right. Does anybody need a break? Quick break. Let's take 5 minutes.
Wait, do you want something formal from me on this?
Sure.
Because I already verified that and that.
Well, I just think the evaluator, whoever has an agreement with the company, would want to be aware of this, and do whatever.
Well, we can file that. But I have it here, if you want to take a look. This is basically what this box.
I saw that, I looked it up.
Okay, so 2 flat washers, star washer, a cup washer, a free washer, and an M4 bowl.
You know what they use? A green grounds for it, but they just don't put it in.
Well, that's what it says, yeah, self, red forming grounds. And I just wanted to look and see if that listed as an alternative.
Now, his contract now, this got hundreds, not thousands of panels. That's it. I got the final one. I said, well, the manufacturer. So, I know that there's a contractual agreement between both. Whatever event you guys have that.
All these documents up front, back to the front, side of the trying to design, trying to get to more of I want to get those problems out if we can. All the way to the end, no surprises, and then everybody has fun.
Yeah, and if you guys have people on your team, something like that down.
Yeah, we definitely do.
And I just want to go that way.
Yeah, we definitely do.
I'm going to turn it down.
You're talking about.
I know.
The only thing that's missing out here that I expected to see is an able to say that.
Well, that's why the contract brought in. I said, you know, there's no sign this. I mean, shouldn't that tell you something?
Not only does they sign it, but usually,
yeah, and that's what they have.
Probably a quarter of ours. Well, I'm just saying in general, about 95% of jobs, you want to have patio, pools, mother-in-law, electrical. There's so many cities that are very on the fence about are they going to find all the solar projects. And that's kind of what I'm looking for, but I don't want to get everything on the roof to find out. It looks like and all we want you to do, in our purpose, would be, if you don't have agreement with us, take it out on the get a lot of oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. I know you guys don't just do over.
There's several specializing inspection programs, and they go far beyond code.
And we're 100% we don't want you guys signing off on something. Just like we don't want to show up and work on somebody's if we don't want to own that,
but control it, under 3, and our code plan is you're going to have one that you're very
it's all part of the process, right? Like there's some very like $5 bills. They're very require the process very there's some things that are part of working along with communication, additional
well, you know, it's about here. okay, I can always get the point of it wrong. What do you think about this?
You just got that from another?
No. This is crazy that they would just go with, go ahead.
That's it? Yeah. I think, you know, and I play it through. My question was just I mean, the instructions. I knew. I thought it wasn't right. I can go on that. Theory of the panel, and they've got stuff all with it. So I don't know what the other but I looked at both files. And I can't guarantee that's the actual file, but I think
So my letter,
I can verify that for you.
Okay, folks, we're gonna start up again. I want to go back to Pete again, and he made an important comment regarding, you know, our process here, and it seems like we need to kind of just slow down a little bit, not rush this too much.
Sometimes we'll get more done quicker if we don't rush so much.
Okay, so really appreciate that, and again, you know, we really value your time and everybody's time here is so precious, and so yes, and getting that language right is important, so we all understand it, so we'll be very, very, very cognizant of that. All right, so going on to issue number 2, and let me read this to you, and what process systems, information, and/or training can be made available to reduce the chance for multiple inspections. Again, we talked about one inspection earlier, that was multiple inspections for rooftop mounted oil cases, which related to that. So if we go to group A, and what I underlined, inspections need some basic electrical theory training. So I want to make sure group A is that the big, kind of like the big concept, and group A that's actually captured. Just want to make sure the details as to what kind of training should be made available, or this inspection should have. Okay, so is that okay in terms of the kind of the big item? Okay, so group B, and then there was 2 in terms of 2 big issues regarding inspections. Sometimes cost multiple inspections, grounding and cold water bonding. That's what Group A mentioned. And then in Group B, to address this issue, contractors on-site representation should be reasonably familiar with basic TV codes and legislative practices. And that goes back to the qualified person that we talked about earlier. Is there anything else?
The only thing I could see adding to Group A's list is methods of disconnect. So disconnecting meetings.
Okay, if you don't mind, I'd like to categorize the numbers to key parts. One,
Sorry, which one? Where?
the group A, the bullet points, the 3 points.
Can you?
One has to do with grounding, the up there on the top. Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Grounding and bonding, protection, and disconnect. I think those are the main issues that.
Disconnects are a huge problem out there. A lot of diversity and interpretation throughout California.
Okay, so we'll capture that, be sure that it's on there. So it's
One other thing, just show, what's that paragraph above this bullet? There, thank you. Is it really only the inspectors that need this, and need training, or is it everybody that needs training?
Well, this is what
common.
Group A was a big issue, but it does go into much.
Okay, I was just asking because
No,
it says
right.
that the inspectors need some of this. I would suggest that, maybe there's a guy who, like I said earlier, maybe there's a guy who was a roofing contractor all the time, and now he's going to be doing TV.
Can I share something on that part? And I wrote that, and
I was picking on him.
no, but I also wrote another document before that. This list came up as the inspection committee chairman for both LA Basin ICC and Ventura ICC. I initiated a survey through supervising building inspectors to try to identify, give me your top 10 issues that you keep seeing. And I got a list back of 90 items. And what I could really see was the inspectors were misapplying concepts of the NEC. They're using wrong terminology. I just think for an inspector to do a good solid inspection, they need to understand that. They're calling things bonding when they should be calling it grounding. Equipment grounding is not a grounded conductor. And then I also pointed out that we're all responsible for attending common training. We'll never hit the goal if manufacturers aren't part of that, if installers aren't part of that, inspectors. It's a continuing circle. We all have to help each other and provide training and attend each other's training.
So, it goes back to John's point, it's not just inspectors,
Not just inspectors.
everybody. Let me get Pat and then
One
we'll
of
Craig.
the problems we have with inspection community, and maybe other agencies or other entities don't know that, is combination inspection. Okay? These guys are looking at so many different things out there. They're looking at the structural value, they're looking at plumbing, they're looking at mechanical. There's just a bevy of things that they have in there to have to know. So when you talk about electrical, it's foreign to a lot of them, unless it's just the basic principles of electricity. And when you get into solar, even a lot of electricians don't do the right thing, And so, yes, there is a lack of knowledge with the inspectors.
So basic electrical knowledge, as mentioned here, so for the inspectors is critical. The list is longer than this, and it's not just inspectors.
And
Let me get Craig with next. And
Well, I just wanted to support Sparky's point. I think that, now we as a manufacturer out there, we're training people all the time. But there's, a huge sector that we have not worked with historically has been the inspection community. And, we're in the process of changing that now. We're setting up a program that's going to be more specific. But I think that it's clearly needed that not only are the installers trained well, but the inspection community as well. Here are the key points, here are the checklists that we've generated ourselves, the things that make it easy from both sides, right?
I need to add that it's not just training in solar for the inspectors, it's basic electrical principles.
Right, that's why I put that up there.
Basic.
Yeah.
I wanted to just add to that was that I was talking about listing. I think that subject needs inspectors to understand how to buy this.
Oh, it would be really nice if you guys understood
And I
the
think that's
difference
important
between
for
listing and listing.
especially
We're gonna do it.
if you're involved in that training process.
For the training part, please send your inspectors next week to Reno to the Southwest Conference, International Association of Electrical Inspectors. That's where we train on all these issues, and that's how you.
Also go to chapter meetings. That's the problem, Pete, though. You won't find very many combination inspectors there.
Right.
You gotta have someone go.
That's what I'm saying. That's where they need to be. That's please. So there's a solution, but it costs money and time.
Yeah. Second, if you don't mind.
I was going to David next to you.
Go ahead.
This is your house. This is your house, go ahead.
I don't know. Just want to let you guys know, I had the opportunity last week to go to Somo, which was by Jeff Speed. It was good. Thank you very much. And it was 12, 14 different manufacturers displaying their goodies.
About 20 altogether.
They display their goodies within 3 days, either 1 hour up to 4 hours. And it was very, very good, but it was directed and made for installers. And the first thing I called them and say, look, this is awesome. I talked to Jeff and said, well, they need to bring that to us. Now, how do they bring that to us? So we're working with the industry. As a matter of fact, Jeff is going to be reaching out to the IEI groups on different chapters. I know Mark is going to be doing some presentation at the IEI Northeast chapter. They're coming up end of next month. So we need, and of course, ICC, we got ICC. We need to reach out to them and let the inspector, we need industry, the manufacturing industry, especially manufacturers and installer industry, to be able to reach us, the inspectors, saying, hey guys, there's a training here for you inspectors, or there's training that the installers are going, you guys will welcome to us as well. So we have that option. As we speak, again, I'm not emphasizing, as we speak, the people who are going to the SPI in 3 weeks are the people that are, I'm talking about jurisdiction-wise, building officials are the ones that are part of this committee. We want to be able to reach out to everybody out there as far as building inspectors. And we are taking a lot of our building inspectors, we are taking our plan checkers. We want to expose them. But I have that opportunity, with the leadership of Victor and the county to do so. But not every jurisdiction is doing that, and we want to be able to tell them, hey, you guys, let them go, let them get trained. And this is the only way they could see. And the more I could see, the more I'm comfortable to inspect and thank you.
So, speaking, this is primarily from the position of my being the chair for the Education Committee for IAEI, Northern California chapter, and the ICC Tri-Chapters, Peninsula East Bay, Monterey Bay chapter, as well as being on a number of other education committees. And the frustration is that there are a number of times where well-meaning, very good training opportunities are made available, and then there's just like crickets. There's people that are not showing up. There's not an incentive to show up and to have that training.
Why is that?
I get a lot of, oh, I'm too busy, things are hopping now, and there's not viewed, in my opinion, there's not viewed an importance of value to being trained. Oh, I went to a training class on PD, I went to one, when was that? Oh, that was about 3-4 years ago. Yeah, well, things have changed a little bit since then.
It's not just value, though, it's the lack of a requirement for training. It's not just the value. It might be valuable, but if it's not required.
And I'll throw this out there.
This is a suggestion. This is not a requirement.
For me, as a registered professional engineer in the state of California, I hate to tell you guys, there's no requirement for me to have any CEUs. All I have to do is pay the registration fees to the state every 2 years, and I'm done.
Yeah.
Well, and so the question is how do you get people? And that was why I was suggesting that earlier when Sparky was coming as well. If there's some way that you can at least give an incentive, a recognition of that I'm going to encourage people to get their butts in the seats so that, and hopefully that their ears will be open and not sleeping during Jeff's presentation.
So what I'm hearing so
far. Is that what you said, Jeff? You said 1 or 2 were sleeping.
A handful do.
I've had 1 or 2 do it on me too.
Before Chris, just quick is the inspectors, the training, and not just any inspectors, the combo inspectors are critical. Some basic electrical training. There's some key items you have to hit. Is there a way to make this a requirement so you know that a standard is
Or at least provide incentive.
Provide incentive.
Incentive. To be
Okay.
recognized is wonderful.
Okay, so that's good.
What about a certified solar inspector? Again, we have certifications for everything. What about that? Who would do that certification?
Yeah, that would
It
probably
could be ICC, it could be the IAEI.
Yeah.
Go that route.
Yeah.
Maybe NASA.
Okay, so let's.
Well, we are working on it.
That's an idea. Should we capture that? And
I think I just hear on
Yeah,
the eye that you could.
That kind of echoes my sentiment is the same way that we're required to have the solar installed by qualified individuals. As the installer, we're kind of looking back to hope that we're being judged by a qualified individual on the back end. And
Right.
it kind of goes to if we can make a case for whatever the correction is, if we can make a valid case, usually it's heard pretty well and it's well received. If the person on site is a non-qualified individual, usually we'll wind up with a correction. We'll have to go a different channel. So, I mean, we welcome that opportunity to be judged by somebody that's on that same peer level of
It's both sides.
Okay.
There has to be a good balance and a good understanding of both sides.
Sure. Yeah. And my other question/comment was, is there anything that we can do as installers before SPI? What can we say to these other jurisdictions to try to get these guys to the show, right? Because the Solar Cities, the Varengos, the Vivint, the Sunrise, all these guys. I mean, we're hitting dozens of jurisdictions a day to drop off and pick up. What can we do? Can we bring a single page over there and say, hey, your guys that are out in the field that are critiquing us, how can we get these guys to the show? Here's some of the other guys that are going to be there, from LA County to Calabasas to UL to you know, come mingle with these guys. What can we do to help spread the word? Because we're out there already.
In my LA County hat, when I went to SEAC in Vegas last year, I was shocked to learn, some people told me that we were the only jurisdiction there. I know that's what some people said. I don't know that to be true. Like I'm sure there are other folks there, but I was really surprised. And then how do you get the folks there? So listen.
I think there are a few things need to be brought up. Number one, for all city, state, county employees, state mandates minimum 15 continuing education per year, total of what is it? 45 hours in 3 years.
Yeah, 45 hours.
Yes, but that's for the code.
That's right. I'm right. Right.
Yeah.
So just for the code. Now, in order to get inspectors, local jurisdictions, final examiners, everybody online to make sure that they're up to date to the specific subject, I think we got to do two things. Number one, state has to mandate that there should be a continuing education on the topic for each public sector employee, and then require certification, like you mentioned, ICC or IAI. That would be mandatory for them to have in order to do the inspection. That way, we can assure those guys attend those trainings when it comes up, or they take the test to make sure they pass. That way,
I think the inspectors would like it because most inspectors are proud of their certifications. You know, they have them for plumbing, combo guys, plumbing, whatever. And they would be proud of having that certification that they're qualified to do solar inspection.
Yeah. As for me, I'm going to back up a little bit onto the grounding. I've been teaching electrical for, God, I don't know how long anymore. It's well over 25 years now. And I've taught just about everything. And I know the subject of grounding pretty good. And even on the best days with new people or even people who have been in trade for a long time, it's a confusing section. Okay? It really takes some time and some teaching effort. Certification for inspectors. I just hired 9 new inspectors, actually 10. Started with 11, one turned me down. But all of those guys have to be certified as electrical inspectors for commercial, and they have to keep that certification at CEUs every year, and the 15 hours every year. So there's a lot of criteria for inspectors that are mandated by the state, by law for us to do, so we keep up on everything. But that's not on a single subject, that's just code overall.
Right.
As for the rest of the industry, outside, even those that hold the state journeyman's card, they have to do continuing education too. Those are those people, but there are a lot of other people that do electrical work that mandate isn't there. Right. So that's why the training sometimes needs to be addressed.
Absolutely.
And the certification for what would be for us, if we had the state go, okay, state says, okay, if you're going to do solar inspections, you got to be either ICC or IAI certified, fine. But it'd be, what we're really looking at is the inspectors probably get more training than some of the installers.
Absolutely.
That's where we need to, part of the address needs to be too. How do we make a mandate for them or somebody in their organization to be the certified one out there?
Chris made a point that we skipped over, and that's about installers expecting that they have qualified people looking at your work. And something I've been asking for and I'd like to see, and it's a survey of the industry. Give me your list of what's bothering you.
Sure.
What's wrong with what the inspectors are doing? And we got an inspector's hit list, we got an installer's hit list. Now we can really start seeing where we need to focus, and we need that list.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone picked up on it. There's a divergence here when we start talking about training and how to get it. SPI was mentioned, and it's great. We should all go. Industry trade shows are wonderful, and I haven't been to SPI. I will be going this year, but I go to many industry trade shows. I mean, there are many. The electrical industry is more than just solar. But I noticed that, and that should be a component we should be exposed to it. That doesn't take the place of training like John and I were speaking of. And, you know, you mentioned that, just to use an example, you were amazed that no jurisdictions were at SPI. I can understand that. That's an industry trade show. It'd be good for them to be there. Having said that, they need to be in their local chapter meetings, local training. That trade shows don't take the place of that. They should be in another component of it, but it's not come to SPI, but forget about getting trained through IAEI or some other help with that.
I guess my personal experience, because I'm relatively new to solar, I was just blown away. You know, you can spend 3 days and you don't see everything. Just the technology and all the advances, all the different products are out there. Yeah, the training is not there. There is no training there. There is training there, but just the magnitude was just pretty amazing. But excellent point. You got to focus locally. What's happening locally is training, that very specific training, and get those folks there. You know, how do you do that? You know, how do you incentivize them to go to events and get trained?
I don't know what the actual pricing is for the building inspectors if they're allowed to go to the SPIs and the intersolars, if they're so expected to pay a fee to get in. But I think that's one of those things that if SEAC or whoever, if there is a fee structure in place, we should look to see if we can eliminate those barriers to try to get that attendance up somehow, right? Because if their budget doesn't allow, I think like to get a 3-day floor pass for SPI, it's like $100.
No, it's only $100.
Is it? But still, so it's $100 for a day for them to walk the floor and see the quick mounts, the iron ridges, the uniracks, and all the other stuff.
And we do have passes for the building officials that are members of SEAC already arranged. My company's contributing 10. We've got 4 from Medphase. And Craig, I don't know if you confirmed if Iron Ridge is able to. How many can you get?
We had 6.
So that gives us 20. I don't know if that covers all the building officials, but you know, as far as getting people to the shows, I think that's a wonderful thing. I do feel that we should probably have some trainings that are sanctioned from within the IAEI or the ICC that would have, you know, that would give confidence to building departments. The training they're getting is specifically for building officials. And for the moment, I don't know much that exists short of maybe a Bill Brooks training that's being done at Calvo in Ontario. He's already scheduled to do that. So
we're already doing that at IAI. We've done it every year. John and I will be speaking on alternative technology and firefighter safety this year. We are doing it, and I think part of the problem is it's not recognized, and that's the divergence I'm talking about. That what's not being done, and maybe Bill Brooks does it here and there. They're not recognizing that some of us are part of that process and are doing it, and it's being done and being offered.
So, Hector, as a building official, your staff have to meet a certain amount of going out, how many inspections, there's all sorts of metrics about how fast they'll be doing inspections and so forth. I would gather that it would be difficult for you to say, oh, I'm going to send my entire staff to FBI. You can only send you're going to have to, at best, you could send everybody for just an hour or two, if that. But they, on top of that, they still have to get their work done. And so what I've come across is those inspectors who will say, well, wait a second, wait a minute. So some of this, oh my God, some of this is on my time. Oh, I don't want to do that. And so that's another aspect. And so I think that that's your biggest issue. It's not necessarily just. I appreciate, Chris, your point about you remove whatever barrier you can, so people can't say, oh, well, it's going to cost me money. It's also a cost of time, is what I'm getting at.
Exactly. My point is, I'll go back to what I said originally. I don't know what percentage of inspections are being done by combination inspectors, but I'll say it's close to 90%. Absolutely. And those people, typically, management will not free them up to go to regular inspections. They won't free them up to go to the regular IAI meeting. So I don't know what the answer is to that. Maybe it's our own in-house training. You know, the chief electrical inspector, Pete does training, I'm sure, for his people. I do training for mine. But like I said earlier, they got a lot of stuff on their table.
Yeah.
And that's why I would like to see specific training for solar certification, let you know that your guys are up to date and they're they meet a standard.
We're trying to go back to this.
I just want to add, due to the industry going so fast, so many technologies are coming out. We need to be able to reach Calvo, reach ICC, reach building officials, people who are not electrical engineers or who don't understand the electrical.
I mean, people like.
Well, I brainwashed.
I know he's not.
I brainwashed him very well in 2 years. He's fully. He's a solar expert now.
So later on, what
it can be done.
It can be done.
So we need to put our poster child. It can be done.
Later on this agenda, there's an item on message, and I'm gonna talk about this outreach a little bit. So I want to get back to this over here. And so again, talk about how to eliminate or reduce multiple inspections. One of them is the inspector, basically like the training. We got it. The combo inspectors are critical. How do we incentivize people to get trained? There's a lot of training going on, locally, on a larger scale, smaller scale. How do we get the folks that need that training? How do we get them there? There's money constraints, there's time constraints. What is that benefit? How do we sell that to folks? Hey, this is important that I need to be there. Suggestions, okay, so, there's some ideas here. We want to capture them. Did I miss anything on this? I want to scroll up a little bit. One of the other points, again, this goes back, qualified person, scroll up, and you'll see that solution 2, there were more, you can see everything. Checklist, again, a checklist and checklist. Both parties having this checklist, so it's a common understanding when they're there, the inspector is there, the contractor is there, both know what we're looking at. Okay, so it's kind of a recurring theme, and so I just wanted to see, do we capture one of the big items here that we need to take a right of a draft solution? Is that good enough?
I want to make sure that we train the installers as well. We emphasize so much on inspectors, but it's extremely important for us to make sure that the installer is, first of all, everyone is qualified, because the word qualified again means he's trained. Right. But how much training is he getting before he gets on that roof?
So let me ask you a question. Okay, there's all this training going on. Okay, now I did some of the training and different meetings, and you go to one training and you only see inspectors, but other training and the contractors, and they're not in the same room looking at the same thing at the same time. How do we do that? Bring all parties in the same room so they're all getting an understanding of the same thing at the same time.
One thing I want to mention, I'll mention two things, if you don't mind. What contractors have to be trained on is not necessarily everything that the building inspector or the inspector has to be trained on. There's certain aspects of the job that is irrelevant to the inspector's function, number one. Two is, there could be two separate programs, the training programs, developed for installer versus versus the inspector. And that program can be shared with all the jurisdictions, so they can, if they have a trainer or someone that can do this, share that, spread that knowledge to the rest of the group. That way, we bring some consistency about how to do things. And that's what really boils down to.
So I think we're all in agreement on this. I think for the installer to also attend that training, for example, our service team drives our quality for what we're doing. So not only are we expecting the installer to, whoever's out installing the initial panels, we're also trying to look at equipment quality, material selection to say, hey, we're seeing, a very high defect rated, maybe like a midnight solar combiner box on the roof. We're seeing nuisance tripping all the time. It's a very high service issue for us. So we're trying to drive our product selection and install training upstream with the products that our service team is having to, work on to lower our overall defect rate. So we want to work alongside and send, our inspection reps and our service reps to these trainings as well, because those are the guys that are driving our quality and raising the overall bar for what we're doing as a company. We don't want to have to go back and fix stuff down the road, let alone 3 days after we put it in because we failed an inspection.
So let me ask a little question. Okay, so we know there's a lot of training going on. I mean, I get emails on a daily basis. This company's providing training, this association or this institution providing training, all and different type of training, or it could be the same type of training. It's there. How do you bring that together so everybody's aware of it? And how do you, I'm here and I got to think about my staff. What do I send them to? And there's so much out there. How do you make a decision? How do you simplify that so that the city and the contractor say, hey, this is the appropriate training. This is the best bang for the buck.
Is that going to be issue 4?
No, I mean, on
I
this.
think Bazan's right, there's two types of training. One needs to be done for the installer because they have to know how to, they can put everything together. And there's another training for the inspectors. We look at two different things. As an installer, I want to make sure that I've got my rack mounting done right, I've torqued it down, I've got my panels on, I've torqued it, I've got my grounding electrode conductor, bonding conductor through there, tightened and torqued. Those are, and my pipes bent appropriately, I've got the right size wire. That's an installer's requirement. If we meet all of those things, the electrical inspector will go through and say, okay, you torque it, do this, do that. And there might be a few other things on our end.
But if they could train the installers to follow all that, that be on the same page.
Yeah, I mean.
Right,
Then we don't have to worry about
you don't need an inspector get trained on installer aspects because they don't really.
Yeah, but Tom, the most 80%, if you could, in parallel, we could train both.
Right, the
We gotta
point,
be right there.
but the point is, as Victor mentioned, it's very critical. There are a lot of training around.
Yeah.
But what is a valuable training and which one is a quality one you want to have people train them? So what we need to do, we need to probably sit down as a group, figure out, okay, this type of program is good, or maybe we should amend it at this, and come up with this concept everybody can share and provide it online. Say, hey, you want it, download it, and train to your guy. That way, everybody gets the same.
So some kind of, I don't want to say no.
Conceptual.
Right.
Maybe SEAC as a group could promote the training that's already in existence.
Right.
And promote it on the website, through letters, to politicians, jurisdictions, the companies that are members could present it to their people. So instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, just get the word out. And
That's a good point. Through the SEAC website, you can bring all that training together and put in some kind of forms and say, okay, for this type of training, I can go here, you have options.
What I'm hearing is not everyone is even aware of
So
all
we
the
gotta
things out
get this
there.
really
Well, the group should just
IBC chapter.
Exactly.
That's where this has to go, because that's where you're gonna need the buy-in. And the local chapters, at least in Ventura, they have a brilliant way of giving training. It's 2 days, each day is a half day. That way they can send their inspectors to any one of those half-day sections. And if we as a group can come up with a recognized training criteria and sell it to the building officials, now you've got that big marketing area right there.
Okay. John, as one who's invested in numerous amount of hours on such things like that, I agree with Pete. There already are those packages. IEI and UL put together a program that can be used and has been used at numerous IEI and ITC training sections, whether it be a full day or half day. I think what this gets into is really what you have on issue 4, is if you look at your issue 4 just for a moment, is that you'll note that what Group D had noted was, here are all these entities that have provide training. And I agree with you that, I agree with Bazad that as part, there will be some, there can be some differences in what you get in the training too. I have been where, there's always going to be I'm trying to figure out the right way to say this, but there will basically be a coloration of what's going to be presented simply based on who has the motivation of the speaker. And you have to take that into account. And I've been at numerous different training by many different instructors, and there's times when I'm just going, here's this guy who supposedly is, hey, this is an expert in this field, and I'm just going, I am in total 180-degree opposite of them on a couple of issues. But that will happen, and it will continue to happen. I do agree with the fact that just put down, here are a bunch of different entities that are different programs that are out there. Pick any of them, it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so stepping back, make sure we capture the big items here. Training is huge topic. Some central location, we can capture the training that's available, and it needs to be found, it needs to be on the topic and the type of training that's needed. Going back, this issue was focused on reducing multiple inspections. We want to see, can we do just one inspection So again, it talks about checklists by both parties, and the checklist will be a little differently for the contractor side and the inspector side, but ultimately, you know, they're kind of looking at the same thing ultimately. You know, there may be more on one side or the other, but, you know, there's a checklist there that one way or another, it helps to, you know, just get, you know, once the system is solved, which is the one inspection, we don't have to come back another day to, you know, make any corrections. So the one thing is that, does that fairly capture kind of the big items here on this issue? See anybody around the table?
I have one question. Is there, you know, you got the National Electrical Contractors Association. Is there an organization that's specific to solar?
In
terms of
Contractors Association. Not necessarily a union, but just an association.
CalFIA would be the closest to what you described. There, you know, our other organizations might have relevance.
Because what I find is like when ICC offers training, you get a lot of inspectors there, you get a few contractors, but it seems like they'd like to go to their own individual groups training. Okay? So if we offer a SEAC, or we might get some contractors there or installers, but if they have their own organization that offers it, and maybe one of our instructors, you're going to get better attendance.
Well, what we found out, this is back in January, we had a seminar here, it was AB 2188, and it was kind of under the county, we call it service excellence, I can't remember, one of the two. Anyway, it was under the county umbrella, it wasn't talking about one association versus another, so it was kind of like, and it was like a 60-40%, 60 AHJs, 40% contractors, so the mix was actually really good, because it wasn't, you know, tied to any specific, was it ITC or EIA, it was kind of like, oh, this is a broad. So if you maybe do that with CF, that, you know, umbrella, it may draw more people, and the way it's marketed, it may draw more people.
I'm thinking that actually, maybe let's see if a couple of us, if it's several of us from different organizations that have that very high interest of training, why not a couple of us figure out how we can maybe leverage the resources already in other organizations and partner up a bit more. And I agree with you, Pat, that about how that works. I've already been having some conversations with the very same issue with Don Hughes, who's now with CSC. And maybe what we could do is that...
Is he on the call?
Yeah, he's on the call.
Yeah, well, Don, that's surprising because I haven't heard Don pipe up yet.
Oh,
wonderful. Keep it that way, please. Keep it that way. But what I was going to say is that why not let a couple of us, and what I would suggest is this, is that certainly UL has, with IAI, has got a tremendous amount of training on that. The second is that I'd suggest that myself and Pete, from because of the IEI part as well, Jeff Spies, and also Don Hughes from CSE, figure out how we can do a bit better on the partnering in such a way that there would be a little bit better on pulling those resources, you know. More collaboration is what I would
Like you're reaching out to a larger group.
Exactly.
We have some comments, and Don has not been quiet. Can you go up? I'm going to sure got everybody.
Don can still.
Okay, so down.
Don probably been driving.
Navitet, so we don't really need more training programs. So that's a certification program. As like someone said, there's no perceived value to train, install to the level, and even Navitet on certified DC for our lost in the world. And then further down.
That's not true.
Yeah. In California, inspectors only need so many CEs. They are not required to train. If you train specific, they can attend rival seminars and get the required MSC used. And James from RBI has passes available. So.
Yeah, I got him on. He's the other contributor, so don't worry, James. We've got you.
Okay. And Don, hey Don, you might have muted yourself. So anybody that
surprises me.
You guys might mute yourself.
You have it as mute all.
Yeah, unmute it all.
You have to unmute them.
You got unmute individuals.
Go through and click
right-click them.
There you go.
There you go.
So they can hear us.
Wow, we don't know that.
Here we go on, we'll figure it out. CSE, have you done, okay, Marcus, I want to make sure it's okay. Don Hughes said CSE has the dime to sunset funding, I guess it's for training. So we can go, in Downey, the city of LA provided training, that was kind of a centralized location, good location to provide training. And Don Hughes said somebody name dropping, I guess it's referring to you.
Yes, that's why I was name dropping the other direction, Don.
Okay, so,
This is really it's an extension of conversations. That's what I'm saying is that maybe let a few of us that already have recognized this, let us give us a little bit, give us a couple of weeks or a month or so to kind of work some things through that are already starting to happen.
so what do you think, you're come up with a list of training, or what are you trying to do?
May I suggest that within the next almost 5 weeks or month and a half or so, we got so many training coming up. For example, Southwestern Champion AI is next week. SPI is in 3 weeks. Then we got ICC ADM annual business meeting in Long Beach, which is a whole week, and Bill Brooks has got the whole day, and they got multiple PV training.
And there's also the Calvo Ed Weeks.
Right, so there's a lot out there, so just capture that somehow, make that aware to folks and why it's important.
And I've been more than happy to lead a team of a few people, because I'm know all of these things.
But actually, the least we could do is get those links on the SEAC website.
All right.
Right away for people to be able to see it.
Okay, Pete, and go.
Okay, it's completely off topic, but I want to get a placeholder in, especially with the fire service here. We skipped over agenda item 5, which I'm going to update on the UL standard for rapid shutdown.
Yeah.
So if I could have 5 minutes before we break for lunch, well, why don't you finish this?
All right, so issue number 2, again, the big items. Anybody has some concerns? John?
Can the win for this group just to be to recommend or approve certain training?
Yeah.
Not try to force people into an SBI training that's once a year, but there's standardized training that kind of continues on a continual basis. The group should just have some methodology to recommend or approve those. Could be a vote, could be we elect the chair to review it, but I think the group win is to approve or recommend trainings, not try to market individual trainings that are here and there or force people to get there.
John, I think what I was suggesting was not necessarily recommend these, but just to identify these are the training opportunities that are out there. Because a lot of it, I think, is that people are not aware of what is available. We're not saying, and we can even put the caveat that it's, hey, this is just what's out there, and you decide whether
I think
it's
it
valuable
would
or
speak
not.
well, though, if there was an ongoing training class that everyone agreed was valuable to both installers.
I'm afraid people will use that awareness that you're suggesting as a way to market training programs for sale. And there's some people that sell the programs. Can I get it on the SEAC website?
Well, I think what we need to do is identify what role we want to take as SEAC in training. Do we want to provide our own training? Do we want to sponsor training? Do we just want to recommend outside training? And I think we need to think about that rather than jump into a conclusion. Or the other thing I think we need to do is once we come up with, a good basis for our own training of what SEAC does, that we, like these recommendations, that we offer training specific to this.
Good. Okay, so John is recommending that there's some kind of process that we say, hey, SEAC endorses or supports, because as a body, SEAC has looked at the training and says this is the one that makes the most sense for maybe single inspection or whatever. So that's John is right now looking at a broader, more comprehensive. Hey, let's just put it all out there. Maybe that's a good start, and then it can evolve into, hey, once we know what the world is out there, we can start looking at more specific and say, hey, folks, this is something that SEAC supports, or endorses, just as an option.
We do get, what we call a workshop in November, so that's going to land. So SEAC is going to have his own workshop to just follow what John is asking for.
I would say I agree with John, and there's a lot of value in having a routine training program to where that everybody knows this is when it just like occurs, and you know, because the way we do it now, where it comes on occasion, it gets missed. Contractors get busy, can't make it, or else they didn't hear about it until after the fact. Oh, you missed it, shoot. But when we have it on a set date, maybe every 6 months or whatever it is, then they know, the word spreads. You guys got to go to this. It was a really good discussion last time. You get more people to know.
So, good stuff. We're going to break for lunch before everybody kicks off. I want to put something on the table. Oh, sorry, Pete. Can I go again? Sorry, go, Pete. Come in.
Okay, and I want to make sure I presented this, especially with the fire service here. One of the common complaints we had in this group was the excessive time required for product standards to be developed for TV and code development. And that's understandable. I do want to point out, though, that things are happening. There's a couple of us on a task group. I know Mark's on it, maybe somebody else. Task group, we're members of UL 1741, the standard for inverters. And the new rapid shutdown requirements of the code demands listed equipment, and there's no listing standard currently. So a subgroup, a task group was developed from the members of the STP, the overall STP, to quickly and accurately come up with a set of standards for incorporation in 1741. We've been working on it since May. This is what we have. So it's no small task, very technical subject, and it's not done yet. We still have some things to work on. In fact, today, we meet every Thursday. I skipped the Thursday meeting to come here because you guys are way more important. But it does take time to do this, but don't think people aren't working on it and working very hard at it. But it has to be done correctly. Just to get something out fast, just for the sake of quick, can cause you way more problems than it solves. Just a couple of high points. The standard will include requirements for rapid shutdown equipment as well as rapid shutdown systems. So you have both options. It's going to cover not just inverters, but rapid shutdown equipment that's incorporated into charge controllers, converters, anything that can fulfill that function as defined by the code and the listing standard. Some issues that came up, we had to think about, this is for emergency responders, so we got to make sure their radios don't cause the system to reset or set it off. There's things specific to first responders and what this equipment is designed to do. So someone can come to a building, shut down the DC on the roof by just pushing a button, and know that everything within a certain distance from the array is dead. Currently, we don't have that. It's not possible. We have to make sure it doesn't interfere with the DC arc fault circuit interrupter requirements, because it can. A couple of things we're still fighting with. I'll just mention three. The new utility ride-through parameters is an issue because California utilities are saying, if the voltage on the grid drops, your inverter still has to stay on, but we're also developing a system where we want to be able to turn the inverter off or parts of the system off, and sometimes we do that by cutting off voltage, so we have some conflicting requirements. We have to make sure it all works. There's a big push by the industry to include initiation of rapid shutdown by opening the service disconnect, so that when you go to a building that's on fire, you open the main disconnect, the AC is off, the DC on the roof is off. The problem is you also have to have manual reset. So now someone has to reset the system, or once we turn the AC back on, it may not turn on the TV on the roof. And one other big thing that was an issue last week is definition of controlled conductors. Because if we have battery systems that are part of the battery storage systems that are part of the PV system, do those conductors need to be, those DC conductors need to be opened or de-energized as well? You might say yes, but then we don't require that for things like UPS systems in buildings with battery backup. We require certain disconnects. So again, it gets back to the intent. Matt Pace, the firefighter, spoke up and kind of cleared that up. He said, the whole intent of this was the DC on the roof, not necessarily the rest of the DC in the building that may or may not be associated with the PV system. But all I want to point out is the complexity of writing a standard that recognizes all that in the proper intent and allows manufacturers to manufacture the equipment accurately, know what they're going to build, and more importantly, so the NERDLs that list this equipment are all on the same page. We have had some standards that have gone out too quickly in the past, and when one NERDL uses a standard, they use it differently than another NERDL. That's been a big problem. And it's one we don't want to recreate. So UL staff want to make sure that didn't happen, as well as members of the STP. And that's why we're spending time developing the standard.
So Pete, is this going to be an outline of investigation?
I believe 1741 is still just an outline of investigation, isn't it?
No, don't go down. Look, as far as I understand, rapid shutdown devices are going to be a part of UL 1741.
Yeah, let me finish
UL
up.
1741 is an ANSI standard.
Let me finish up. Once we finish this, we're going to put it out to the whole STP for vote. They may have comments. They may have comments. They may want changes as a group. Or they may not, may accept it as is, but we'll have to vote on the new standard, because standards are updated constantly. So it would become part of the standard. And also, Rich wanted me to mention that UL has an article on rapid shutdown, and part of what I'm talking about.
UL.com/code authorities. You can view it.
So it is available.
We can send you
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete, sorry.
That's okay. I want to make sure I got mentioned.
I want to go back to the screen, see the comments. James from Nathan saying, I'd like to see a list of endorsed training, goes back to what John said. It sounds like that maybe something we can get there.
Identified.
No.
Identified, not endorsed.
Okay.
Yeah. Endorsed will, so then you'll start having people that are going to be trying to do, there's a lot of money to be had in training by some. Some of us do it.
Okay, just what Mr. Kush said, to get a training list on CX side. Don Hughes, I think AHA's one training from other AHJs. I think CX is a great position to outreach. Talk about outreach. Let's talk about outreach later on. Any other comments? Endorse the lower term, I agree. Identify is fine with me. So it sounds like identify, that's John, what do you think? Absolutely. Okay, good. All right, so let me follow up what Pete said about what he's working on, how much time it takes, it has to be done correctly, and the resources to do that. And I'm going to relate that back to CX. And the first two issues that we got over, there's a lot of work that's done after this meeting. And I want to put this out there to you guys. Right now, CX staff is calling me. That's really, that's it. It really is. So, we are looking for help. We are tomorrow interviewing a couple people, but that's going to be very administrative type work, but we need folks that are more technical, that understand the topics here, and that can actually then take the thoughts, take the big picture items, and help bring the issues together, and then bring it back to CX. Somebody who can actually do that kind of writing. And have an understanding. They can attend these meetings, listen, and then go back and do some of this writing for us. It could be one person, it could be several people. So I'm putting that out there. It could be somebody from your organization. If it's you, awesome. I know you guys are really, really, really busy, but you know of somebody or a couple people that can do that. They have the time. Who Paul and I would greatly appreciate knowing who the folks are. And that will help a lot of the background work. And we all, like myself, we all have other jobs to do. And so we have folks working in the background. Paul, do you call it like a working group? What do you call this team?
Yeah, I call it like a working group, yeah.
Right. They're the folks.
They're the workhorses.
Workhorses that take all this information, digest it, and write something that can work for all of us, that we can look at and hopefully say, hey, this is good to go for CX. So I want to put that out there. Don't need an answer right now. Get back to Paula and I and see what we can do. Lunch is in the back. We can work through lunch, or we can take 20 minutes. What do you guys want to do?
Take 10 minutes and then work on it for lunch.
That sounds good. Okay, so lunch is in the back.
The vegetarian officer of the consumer that in case there's any vegetarian issues.
That's great.
The two boxes right
Oh, well, I made it through the morning.
Certainly I think that there's room for committee that the person website.
I'm not sure how familiar you are. See, this is the one. This guy, Vin Barber. You had written him on the 18th, you sent me a copy of your email. Basically, this is where you said, only accept user license equipment as part of connected. And then I think it's about the same time as probably what you asked me. Are all connected records, are they listed connected? And I thought, go back and forth, no, they're all records. But there are some of them that are out there that are sort of like an unlisted component, like kids with animals, certain options and some of these connectors are the same way. They are determined none of them are listed.
Wire appliances material in the field.
And I understand the distinction. If connectors come already wired, or if it's part of it, if it comes with the panel, we have a question. Or even if the panel says the connector is used at our panel, we don't question it. We don't question it. It's part of it.
It's not part of it. And I can function these components and do my own simple wiring method out there.
I can appreciate that.
He doesn't want to put a junction box as a panel, he wants to put it, I don't know, 50, 60 feet away. Just because to him it's inconvenient. You want to do that as a combination as combined?
So what would be the alternative? Terminate the wire in some kind of junction box?
Basically, it's turn it into one junction box. And then from there, gonna have this in there. So I recommend.
Yeah, and you know,
I don't understand why none of these people want to.
well, you know, the problem is in our system, because there are we have chosen certification organizations.
All right.
I know, I think they get better. I would, but I'm not sure in the past that we've allowed them to. How's everybody? Well, they have to make it to their own manufacturer. I wake up with everything if you
Well, that's the line right now.
Yeah, and that's a good question.
So what are you showing here?
So you will, right now, but in corporate,
flyers requesting
I know we don't have any. Well, I was gonna ask the guy in the lecture
slow down. Well, I appreciate that.
I'll get it through.
Okay.
No guarantees, huh?
No guarantees.
Right off. I go on vacation, take these out.
It sounds like folks here are like, that's something that I think, I don't think people agree is, yeah, he is not, has a lot of, I go up there, I don't have, I don't have. I use it.
Thank you. And that was all or nothing. Very similar. That, well, I checked with the guys from
What I've done is I implement that. So, the area inspection, they go out, they already there. They don't have to write it down. It's wrong.
No silver.
That way,
when you talk about really formalized, I guess you would say, with that registration, whether or not those are being applicable to building out this part of the state, because I don't know, for example, if they license or we can bring back their certification through the ICC or the state. So it's being or is there anybody else besides the entities that offer certification with the recommended state law? So if that be the question, but I gotta kind of try.
Hello, folks. Hello. Hi. Just continue to eat. I'm going to go to a couple of the lighter agenda items. So I'm going to skip a little bit. So if you're eating, we don't make sure that you digest your food, you know. So a couple items. Item number 7 talks about next group issues 5 to 8. I'm just looking at the time. I don't think we're going to be able to get there, but please take a look at those. What we're proposing as the next issues, and see how does that look, and you can get back to Paul and I and see if that makes sense. Okay, so take a look at those, and then SEAC message, and there's a few things on that. In your packet, there's a SEAC message. It's kind of like I want to call it elevator speech, or you want to call it, but this is something that you can use. Feel free to.
It's a consistent message.
Consistent message. Thank you.
That ambassadors can use.
Right. Feel free to use that. If you want to expand, hey, fantastic. This afternoon, Paul and I are meeting with the County Public Relations Group and our Government Relations Group, and the intent with them is to help us create a message and an outreach package. So we have something, a toolkit that we have in our hands, that when we talk to people, and we want to let others know what's going on with SEAC, we have something available that we can share. And with our government relations folks, they have contacts and relationships with local elected officials, state, and national. So the idea of using those is outreach
to the elected. Let them know that SEAC is out there, what they're trying to do, and maybe from that perspective, from the top down, from elected officials, educating them about the solar issues and about SEAC, hopefully that incentivizes them to get, the cities to look at AB 2188. Surprisingly, there's still a lot of cities not even familiar with that, with AB 2188 and all the other solar issues. Take that perspective, so hopefully that message gets down to their building officials, their, and their staff about what's happening in the solar world, and that SEAC is a resource for them to help them, do their job. And also at the state level, because we have legislators that are actively involved in legislation on solar issues, energy issues. Also, want to let them know about SEAC and maybe tap into some funding. One of the items early on in when SEAC started, talking to SunPower, First McDonald was just left, and other folks, is that they want to see some type of guideline manual for the large-scale solar farms. That when it comes, when we really met with them, they want to say, LA County, you guys need something, because when we want to do business in LA County, we don't want to get cold with all these requirements and understanding. So they want something that kind of walks them through the entitlement process, the permitting process, inspection process, and that's not an easy task. So we're seeing if there's funding available in order to build that guidelines or manual, and so that's the purpose of talking about public relations folks and government relations. And what we get out of that, we'll share with you guys. I think it makes sense to all of you, and we'll go from there. Any questions on that? Comments? Online, anybody? Comments on the message? Got it? We can take comments on the message. Just make sure your comment is listed as a comment. Coming from a listed agent. Sure.
You mentioned legislature, and I understand there's a bill in Sacramento right now that would treat electric vehicle chargers through a similar bill where they have to go through that for
we took a look at that, and at least in the county, we didn't see any impact. It's interesting because we're kind of, at least in the county perspective, that bill's not really necessary.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So so I don't know what everybody else's perspective is on that. And there's also the big one, SEAC 350, that's working through the process, and that's a big Leon, I believe. That's a big bill, and take a look at that. It really pushes not only renewable energy, but energy of buildings. It really pushes it way out there. So let's take a look at that bill, and there's not a lot of detail on it right now, so it's kind of hard to gauge where it's doing. But at least from the county, from our perspective, we're just watching it for now.
The electric vehicle one, I believe that came out of Detroit automakers were concerned that local authorities were going to be a hindrance to electric vehicle sales.
So
I'm reading the last.
Anybody know the 350? No, the 350 is a big energy bill by De Leon.
There is a bill for the electric vehicle.
There is.
I don't remember the number.
I'll let you know.
But I was looking at, and I think it's great to have a very succinct SEAC message. I'm just kind of slightly questioning the last line.
Okay.
And in that, I mean, I love it. I agree that it's to develop practical solutions in a transparent, collaborative, and strategic manner. The part that I'm kind of, to some degree, kind of tripping on is the part about to improve solar standards and guidelines. Because I'm not sure whether it's really to develop practical solutions to improve solar standards and guidelines as much as it is to develop practical solutions to facilitate the installation of solar, or to facilitate the safe and sustainable installation of solar. To do something, it's not really improving this. I mean, improving the standards and guidelines is a vehicle to accomplish that goal. But what's your end goal? Your end goal is to get the installs
done in a reasonable and practical manner, in a reasonable and practical manner. That's from the old NEC version of the introduction of it. It's something along those lines. That's just a suggestion.
Perfect intro. We're not an NEC code-making panel, nor are we an FCD for product standards, which I think goes to your point.
Mm-hmm.
We're not here to improve solar standards and guidelines. That's the function of those bodies. So
We can make recommendations to those.
Yeah.
But I still think it really, you should consider changing those last several words from the to improve solar standards and guidelines, to replace that with to facilitate the safe installation, so like quick and safe installations.
Good, can I just, Jeff, when we first met, what did you say? Quick, easy?
Oh, I could look at my email, but yeah, there was a nice way to say that. You could probably say to facilitate effective implementation of solar standards and guidelines.
Well, I was just gonna say,
It's really to facilitate the installation.
I do see some issues with that process though. We were going round and round with certain standards not being applicable to the product. So, I don't know whether it's the problem is at your end or at the UL Standards Committee end, but it's a long delayed, laborious process to some of these standards.
Why do you think we write outlines of investigations? You guys should readily accept in the city of.
Yeah, it has to be. You can't do this overnight.
So let me.
Oh, was that dangerously close to something there?
Let me get, if I can kind of get back to the intent here, I'm going to pick up Don Hughes, if Don, you can hear me. We were at Cal's, at InterSolar, we were on a panel, and Don was in a panel, and Don said something like, SEAC is going to be the body that's going to review all documents and everything related to solar. We went, oh my God. It's like all of a sudden, from here, we were taking to some other scale. So, sorry, I'm picking you, Don. We just want to make sure that we know what we're doing, what our intent here, and we've got to be careful we don't oversell it. We're not developing this standard. We're not overselling it. We've got to make sure so when we go out and talk to folks, we got a good understanding of what we do.
By the same token, I think there are issues that come up because the standards aren't yet developed or they're not applicable to our product. And I think we can use SEAC to kind of develop a consensus on how we're going to deal with those issues when they're around.
I think it's taking, is really, back again, think about what we did. We first started off with what? Identifying challenges. And we identified and so we're using our collective resources to talk about what are the challenges and what needs to be worked on. We may not be the ones, in fact, I agree completely with Pete, we're not really the ones to sit down here and write out what the requirements are for certifying a particular product. Right? Certifying a product or something like that. But that's what is inferred by what is written there.
I agree. Well, then you could recommend, and it's up to.
You can recommend whatever the heck you want. But the thing is that you realize that it's the standard technical panel that's going to decide what's going to happen.
I think what the problem is that when you guys, or when the UL standards don't identify issues, problems that we have, or they create problems that we have, we need to be able to have a consensus or a body of people that can say, hey, this is the way we're doing it, what do you guys think? And we'll go from there.
You don't need that. Any of you can make a comment to a standard technical panel, just the empty process.
It already exists.
What I would suggest to
my
you
point is you can't wait for that process. You need immediate decision on something. And that's where, be careful.
Careful what you ask for.
Yeah,
you
be
will get it.
careful.
It's just there.
Not just
We do it all the time as an individual jurisdiction.
But remember, what we've been talking about. We've been talking, it's not just about the standards for products. We're also talking, what did we spend most of our morning on? We spent it on single inspection. We spent it on, and so there's not just an issue of how products are certified. That is an aspect of this.
So
final approval.
The term standards and guidelines, I don't think the intent was.
Thank you for the lightning rod.
It wasn't. I don't think that was the intent. If we go back to just a single inspection, is I mean, we had a good discussion, is that not everybody knows what exactly that is. So we're going to define that so that it's clear. So that's what we mean kind of standardizing. That's what we're talking about is, you know, there's misconceptions, there's, you know, interpretations of things that are a little bit different, and we're going to provide a recommendation, hey, this is what this means. So people have a clear understanding. I don't think, and that's what it means, kind of like guidelines and standards. It's not necessarily going to, you know, look very technical, unless I'm wrong.
That's what that would mean.
Okay,
But
so.
yeah, that's exactly that. And the other thing is by saying practical solutions, that's already going to be, a practical solution could be an improvement of a standard. A practical solution could be an improvement of a guideline.
Right.
But really, why are you doing that? You haven't really told me
So
why.
in the end, it's to
Take
take solar up to another level.
There you go.
More installation.
Put that at the end.
Right, that's really, in the end,
You need to have them leave, that's what you leave them with.
everything that we do here is just to get more solar on roofs, more solar on the ground. And it's with, in the same manner.
Correctly.
Yes.
Not just more, but just more correctly.
Correctly and
Yeah.
safe. Okay, safe for the public and safe for everybody to use. That's very important.
And can be used commonly throughout the state, both, rather than we do it down in LA, people down in San Diego, and people up north. So we could do it all uniformly rather than we're all doing it different.
Let me give you a perfect example. We had, the UL standard for modules was 600 volts previously. Now I know they changed it. For years, we had submittals for 1,000 volt systems. And we, you know, technically they could install this if you're applying the UL standard. So we had to make a decision on how we were going to deal with that. And that's what I'm talking about. It'd be good to be able to discuss those kinds of things, but make a decision area-wide on how we're going to deal with those kind of issues. It's not that we're saying that UL needs to get on the ball and identify it, but you guys were aware of it. It's just that it took a long time for it to be addressed. And in the meantime, we got to make decisions on those kind of things.
I understand that, but the thing is that would be like, let's do some circumventing around the code development process, or let's do some circumventing around ordinance development process. That's what I'm just saying is you got to be careful on what you're saying of your words. And the thing is that if you create yet another avenue, and it's saying, oh, this is another standard, then the word standard goes out the window, because the standard is that you have a standard. And then manufacturers are going to be going, oh my God, now I got to be involved in different, and then there's going to be a flood of people trying to.
What happens with those fine lines? Manufacturers don't get something listed to a standard until there's a demand to do so, and that comes from us. A lot of that comes from us. If
I
you don't
agree.
accept their product until it's listed, then there's no incentive for them to do it. So it's just everything.
But it's a chicken and the egg. You know, you guys won't require a listing until there's some listing out
Sometimes
there.
we're forced to do something.
I understand that.
And we can't wait.
Are we still talking about the last sentence?
Yeah, we are.
So I guess if I had to nominate a reword, and I just kind of drafted this up while everybody else was doing it, would be SEAC's mission is to outline the available existing solutions within the solar industry to provide a transparent roadmap for PV installation and inspection or certification. I don't know how you want to call the inspection side of it, but let's take what's already out there and let's provide a path with what's available to us from whatever the body, manufacturer, UL, what have you, and outline it as an approved way that we see to get to the finish line the fastest.
Let's see.
No, it sounds
I'd love to
like
see
very.
I understand that nobody likes to have their fingers pointed in the same direction. And I agree, it probably shouldn't be that way, but we need to word it to where we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we'll take that.
Can we throw that up on the screen at some point?
Go back to the message.
No, can we throw that?
What he
that
said.
wording?
Let me just put the Word doc. I don't know if the Word doc or else we'll just open it.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
There you go.
All right. Irene, we need your help.
Just hand her your throw.
Yep.
Or read it to her out loud.
By the way, while she's bringing that up, I just wanted to note that Alan Field sent an email out to the group and just said that NAPSEP is taking surveys, looking for information on developing training for TV. I just forwarded that email to the people there.
And I do serve as Secretary for NAPSEP. I just emailed the Executive Director So just as a quick feedback, Mark, just I just did contact Richard Lawrence, who's the executive director for NABCEP, about where we stand on the inspector certification as a program, micro-credentials, we're calling it, that we've been in development. And I'll get an update tomorrow morning from him and let you know where that stands.
You're good. So we're working on the resolution over here.
Yeah, the PDF.
So just hope any words off. And
Jeff, who's on the committee that would determine the guidelines for that certification?
It's being developed from within NABCEP. I'm not sure who the individuals are, but there are a number of people I know that have already been involved in that discussion. So there would be a committee, and I can get Richard to provide us with who those people are. Sure.
They're already,
So right now, they're just taking a survey of what's required, what people want out of that certification.
Well, wrong word. And that's going to be forwarded, I assume, to the SEAC membership.
Yeah, I sent the call out.
Okay, perfect.
So I'm kind of curious how jurisdiction would look at it, like, oh, you got an industry certification.
Right, that's what I want to review, yeah.
Because,
I want to see how it's
I'm just suggesting that.
we're getting, sorry folks, I'm just trying to move this.
I'm scratching my head.
Okay, we're getting this will be written. Paula, do you want to talk a little real quick about the upcoming workshop?
SEAC workshop, okay, so attached, after the SEAC meeting, there's a safety date flyer, just to let everybody know that it's on Friday, it's November the 13th, it's from 8 in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon, and there's a few of us that are still going through some of the key topics that we're going to have. It's going to be a multiple session interactive workshop. We'll probably be including a panel discussion as well. And what we'd like to do is focus on key important topics that will certainly help the industry and government. That they'll go away and go, wow, we've actually come and we've learned something that we can take away and put into good use and practice.
So the training, we're kind of hearing about this today. We want to take those ideas and focus them here. So what's needed right now, that's maybe not duplicated out there. So it's very focused.
Yeah. So in the next week or two, we'll know the topics and the time slots, and we'll be able to send you a proper program on the workshop. Yeah, so that's the workshop.
So I'm just kind of get some clarification. Is the workshop to describe the workings of SEAC, or is it a training for PB, or how do you, where do you see it kind of focused towards?
It's going to be training that, especially on a lot of the issues and topics we've come across in the last 4 meetings.
Yes.
Yes. But what we've identified is really critical that will help the industry move forward.
And the idea is then get response and input from the attendees to improve the process and the direction of SEAC?
Well, once we have a draft program, definitely want your input. Make sure that what's being proposed makes sense. That, we talked about all the different training this morning, that it addresses those training needs. That's the focus.
So if I may, so Mark, so what we're trying to do is just to the solution or the items that is discussed on SEAC. For example, we're heavily working on AB 2188, and we're going to be working on UO 2703, and one inspection. Actually, we're going to bring manufacturers to actually set up a mock-up for us, and we're going to have a presenter to go through that one inspection within the 19 or 20 checkpoints that they have. So that's what the whole idea is. Whatever we go and through the SEAC, be able to every few months or so, be able to have training to present that to the public.
So you'll see the program. Definitely we want everybody's input, and it'll evolve. But I want to go back to what Chris said. Okay, so the State of California has aggressive solar energy growth plans to ensure we meet these goals. Solar Energy Action Committee, and the report consists of diverse professionals. The SEAC's mission is to outline available solutions within the solar industry to provide a transparent roadmap of PV installation and inspection certification. certification.
I'm open to whatever the inspectors want to call the sign-off portion of it. I don't know if you want to call it inspection, if you want to call it approval, if you want to call it.
Call it inspection approvals. You don't certify things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Inspection,
John,
approval,
John,
inspection
she's the
slash
one.
approval.
Inspection approval.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take the flash out.
Yeah.
Should we take out the words installation and just make it PV system inspection approval?
Comma.
Or take out the and, maybe.
We're not really here to talk about installing.
Well, that's it, you're just doing inspection.
System, isn't it to provide a transparent roadmap to obtain approval of the PV system?
Yeah. Essentially, I mean, that's why we're putting it on the roof.
Yeah.
We want it ultimately approved.
That's really what you're after, isn't it?
Well, we'll say this.
For a code compliant PV installation.
Actually, that would be even, that actually puts it in it's a broader thing, because it's not just about the inspection approval, it's about all the compliant elements that you need to address all along the way.
After the core, before the PV, for securing PV system.
Actually, I would say it's for achieving a code compliant PV system.
Can we just take the inspection approval and just say system? Because it's not only the inspection, we're focusing on inspectors.
Right, exactly, that's what I'm agreeing with.
Focus on inspectors, it has to be industry.
Right, so why isn't it just, on that note, Mustafa, what if it is to provide a transparent roadmap to achieve a code compliant PV system, period?
Yeah.
Because to get the code compliant system, part of that is getting that inspection approval. Part of that is installing it properly. Part of it is having the third-party certifications that are appropriate for it. It captures everything.
Don't we already have a mission statement?
It's draft.
I see one from the agenda.
Oh, I emailed that statement.
And maybe, I don't know if it's in addition to it, or replace it, or
System at the end.
Actually, code compliant PV installation.
Installation.
So we have a mission statement, and our vision is our solutions improve the use of solar for the betterment of community.
That doesn't help. So how about, okay, so we'll take this for now, as draft, and any changes, as you come ideas, let us follow, and we'll play around with it, send it back to you guys. Sound good?
So we're gonna save that, right?
Yes. Okay.
So on the desktop for now?
circulated.
Okay?
Should I on the desktop?
Yeah. Okay, so now let's go to number 3. Issue. Okay. We're supposed to be here until 1:30, 45 minutes. Let's see if we can get to the next issue.
Red Bull for everybody.
What's that?
Red Bull for everybody.
Okay, good. You'll bring them next time, Chris.
Okay. It's like a $200 requirement.
I'm gonna read issue 3. What systems or processes are available or should be developed to streamline the permit application process and also provide a systematic approach to eliminate incomplete or incorrect permit applications? So Group C revised that, and Group C says, what systems or processes should be available to the AHA to provide complete, correct, streamlined permit application. So this is related to the permit application itself. So what's there, how we can fix that, make it more streamlined, easier. So what can the AHA provide in order to achieve that? So Group C says its focuses on a California Code permitting guidebook. That's the main focus as the recommendation, that you can use it as is, or you can modify it to meet each individual's AHA needs. Earlier we talked about software, and this brings it up again. Online TV application software that kind of has a foolproof process that you're going through the design process, and you go to one item, and unless you answer that correctly or put the correct product in there or correct answer, it doesn't let you go to the next line. It's kind of a foolproof process that locks you in. That's an idea. And also, again, back to the guidebook, train, let people know, both the AHJs and the private sector know, if the guidebook is out there, let people know, and what is the intent of the guidebook. And even within the cities that we serve 16 cities with the building official. Some of the cities, even though we served them, they were not even know about the guidebook. So there's a lack of awareness out there. So that's kind of the big, for Group C, the guidebook's important, and online TV software. Group C has several bullets, provide access to the SEAC website, publicize that, let others know, provide examples. So AHJ or the private sector, they can see, this is what makes a complete application, this is what's acceptable. Again, outreach to other cities. Let us know that the guidebook is out there, the awareness, that's something that Group C mentions, more outreach. And we've heard this several times, and it's really going straight to building officials, make them aware. I mean, in LA County, there's 88 jurisdictions, so it's going directly to them. And the guidebook is out there. The AB 2188 is out there. What is that? How do you use it? Again, the guidebook. So you see that the answers from both groups they complement each other. Whatever is out there has to meet the intent on the guidebook. And interactive submittal package goes back to providing an example. That's an interesting idea for somebody to go in there and actually maybe even practice and learn, how that works. That's bullet. That's what I think. So both solutions are heavily focused on the guidebook, online TV software system, awareness to both the cities, let them know, hey, there's this regulation out there, there's this guidebook out there, and go directly to the building officials. So earlier I heard Calvo, ITC, outreaching to those folks so they can help spread the word. So those were kind of like the big ideas that came out of these two groups. Just want to make sure that those were captured accurately. Is there anything from C&D or was that acceptable?
I think we should offer the guidebook as an alternative, but I don't think we should really, I don't like the idea of promoting the guidebook. The plans that I'm getting through now, the ones that most of your major solar cities are submitting, they're great. And personally, I don't like the diagrams that are in the guidebook. And my inspectors don't like them. There's a lot of clutter. Now, if there's software out there that can eliminate the clutter and just show what's pertinent to that job, that's fine. But the actual diagrams that are in the guidebook, we would prefer not to see. So if you want to mention it, that's fine. But I don't know that we want to make it look like we're recommending it or that's the only way they can go. We've had some people come in and say, hey, here I did for the guidebook. That's what you guys want, right? And then in the back, they'll have their standard plans like the Solar City uses or whatnot. And we love them. We love them. We don't even want that other shit. So,
I think we did capture that, and I did most of the text on this language that's here. The question was what's available, and then what should be available, and we mentioned that we would want to mention that the guidebook is available. We also made a point, and they underlined it, that you can use it, you can modify it, or you can come up with your own. Yeah. So we make that point. I think we should mention that it's there, but I think we made the point that you don't have to use it.
We just want to make sure we very carefully that it doesn't look like that's the only way.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
And I think that's how the AB, that's how AB 2188 is written.
Correct.
By September 30th, all the jurisdiction out there needs to either follow what the guidebook is or come up with their own. I know Pat and I know Pat and San Diego will have their own, which they want to keep, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, even though you might have your own system, which possibly would be more streamlined than what the AB 2188 requires, as I understand the way AB 2188 is written, if somebody approaches a building department that already has their own process with those documents, they're obliged to still accept them.
I got a great one.
having been one of the guys who served on the development of that guidebook, a lot of the intent of the guidebook was to try to have something that it's a model document, absolutely. And second of all is that to make sure that all things are captured, that is, all the information is captured. And I know several of us around the table, several of us around here that have spent numerous hours of our lives, most of our life last year on. One thing that is interesting to me in all this discussion is that I hear much of it being about towards the HTAs, but I think that one cannot emphasize enough, but like the last point there of the creating interactive submittal example, or better yet, I'll put it as a little quick online tutorial because of for your jurisdiction, because I've heard from a number of jurisdictions that will have told me, oh yeah, I have these permit runners that are coming into my counter, and I am asking them for certain things in the permit, and they're not getting it. In fact, I would also suggest that you may want to have a clarity on what exactly you want. One jurisdiction that's very close to where I live told me where somebody had come in and said, okay, here's my permit, and she said, all right, great, thank you, and provide me with the installation instructions from your UL 2703 product, and it was for a manufacturer. And what they did was that they provided the cut sheet, a printout from their website of their sales literature, not the installation instructions, the sales literature. And he was arguing with her that, well, I'm providing you the information you want, because the sales literature is saying, oh yeah, it's got Class A. She says, no, I want the installation instructions. And so I think that anything you can do to provide clarity to who is submitting it as well, as to what exactly you want, that's really critical. Otherwise, that's how you're going to address that second part of that issue, the original issue statement, which is to provide a systematic approach to eliminate incomplete or incorrect permit applications. Again, you go back to training, you can go back to giving them specific examples.
Right. I think that,
and clarity what you want.
Yeah, those are specific examples. I think that's either interactive or whatever other methods, and that will be helpful.
Yeah. Maybe a checklist on what's required in the permit package. Like there's a site drawing. What are the elements that need to be on that site drawing? You have to have want to have pathways on there. You want to see where the utility connection is. Obviously, you want the layout of the modules, and maybe where the ground rod is located. Those kinds of things.
What installation instructions and certificates of compliance, not the cut sheet.
Yeah. So that's just one example. So when you say something like you need a site diagram, list what are the elements that need to be in that site diagram.
So, question for you: does the guidebook do that?
Yes. That's why I was raising my hand. There's the guidebook we speak about is if it's just one single document with only these confusing plans in it. There's various toolkits. If you haven't looked at it, I think 5.
Yes.
And toolkit 1 and toolkit is the submittal requirement code for toolkit 1. And these are short, single-page documents that say what I need to give you to have a complete application. It's pretty well defined. I would advise everyone to review those toolkit 1, toolkit 2 from the guidebook. We have an eligibility checklist, that's toolkit 2, and submittal requirements bulletin, toolkit document 1. Take a look at them. Again, sometimes we're recreating the wheel. Now, the plans in the guidebook are kind of long and extended. These are real short and sweet documents that cut to the chase. So if you haven't looked at them, take a look at them.
Now, as I recall, Pete, though, it just simply says installation instructions, and I'm not sure it addresses that one issue I brought up.
It may not address your issue.
Where somebody was trying to pass off a sales brochure as the installation instructions.
Yeah.
Right. And so that may be, and maybe that's something that just needs to be clarified even further in that tool.
Yeah, take a look at those toolkits and see if it does.
I don't recall
we always talk about the standard plan. That's toolkit document 3, but it's not the only one. Look at documents 1 and 2. And review them. You might be pleasantly surprised.
And I think that's what the problem, that people think that if they do per the guidelines, it has to be using that standard language, where it's really, it really doesn't say that.
No. Under the scope of all those documents, there is, on the scope talks about installation instructions, submitting installation instructions. That's actually, certainly, remember, when we were doing it, we asked for that.
I think you made it.
Right, I made you guys do it. Right. Well, it was, that was true, I did say that, but the thing is, what I'm encountering is people thinking, and maybe that's part of the tutorial, is a little bit on it, just a little short tutorial, it just says, by the way, this is what an installation instruction is, and this is what it isn't.
And as a guy, just real quick, just as the guy submitting to you guys, we'll do almost anything that you want. We just want to know up front what it is that you want. And especially if we're doing it digitally, right? Because a standard plan says 5-6 pages, but we're running off 30 and 40-page plan sets constantly to include racking and footings and modules and inverters and all these additional installation manuals that get requested. It's not so bad online because I can just attach PDFs to it. But when we're printing out and having to submit paper, permit sets, and most often it's 2, 3, 4 sets at time. We're killing trees.
But you don't have to do that under AB 2188. That's the beauty of it. Electronic submittal is a mandated requirement.
So, and as long as we're very clear about, do you want the UL cert? Do you want the install manual? Do you want both? We'll do anything to get through the first time. We just need to know clearly what it is so that we don't get kicked back.
Follow the guidebook. It's very, just like he said, it's all information.
It's following the guidebook, and then going back to earlier, and just making the cities and the private sector aware of the guidebook. So if people don't know about it, then how are they going to use it?
For your clarification, review the language to 2188. Electronic submittal is, jurisdictions are required to implement it. Check the definitions of that. It can simply be a fax machine.
It could be. Electronic submittal is left to the determination, I think, still
And the ability of the
building, because not everybody has a website. Smaller jurisdictions might not be able to do it. The reality is, for the vast majority of jurisdictions, I think in the state of California, if they already have a website, I think the way AB 2188 is written, they must do the.
I think I want to review the language.
So, let me go, there's a statement from Don here, Jeff statement is incorrect. The AHA must provide an expedited permitting process and does not have the mission to expedite any applications that's not submitted under the particular process, including the guidebook or any other, only the expedited process, that is, the jurisdiction adopted process.
Well, that's no choice, it's a law.
It is.
Yes,
It's a law.
but what's the language of the law?
Yeah.
Substantial conformance.
Exactly, that was
We're not by accident.
Yeah, if they do per the guidebook, we have to accept it. We can't say, we can't,
No,
After you had mentioned that jurisdictions weren't aware of the guidebook, these building officials that were not aware are very soon going to be aware, because they're now going through their council process as we speak. And I would venture to say, if they don't know about this by the end of September,
they're the ones that, the reason they drafted it to start with.
Right, that's why this is.
Guys, it's that awareness, because there's still cities that are not aware.
So, one of the clips at one point, and Don will say, he'll take credit for it, I'm waiting for it to show from the screen, but that, in a sense, what is the list in the guidebook? There's a 1040 form, and there's a 1048 form. There's simple, you can go the simple route, 1048, or I'm likening it to, unfortunately, us doing taxes in April, or earlier to that. But anyway, the point I'm going to make is this: that you have those things, but then there's also another document that the IRS provides you that helps you to explain this is what you fill into these parts. And if you want, you can do that. Or if you're so familiar with it, and it's very simple for you, just go boom, 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 boom. The point is that they have a tutorial method for you there, and that's just something that you may want to consider, having maybe like a 10, 15 minute, I can go online, I can listen to this little tutorial and explain.
So UL had volunteered to create the video?
No, I haven't. I can volunteer Don Houston, but.
Well, the guidebook. It provides good examples. There are checklists available and toolkits available. Again, in jurisdiction like Pat, you know, and when I might have misspoke. It's not the guidebook that I have a problem with. It's the standard plan. And the only people we're seeing that really using those in the past were homeowners trying to do their own system. But then we did have some people, contractors, submitting that standard plan, and we're going, you know what, your regular plan is submitted 10 times better. All right, so the big picture items here are, well, what do you guys think? Are those good? Providing examples, using the guidebook, outreach to building officials, outreach to cities. It's kind of the awareness again. Hey, this is available. These are resources. You can modify the resources to meet your needs. That sound okay?
Yeah. I move to accept
Okay.
those.
Good. Anybody else? Real good. Online, anybody? One of these meetings will have this working properly. I mean, I feel so bad about this. Okay, so, excellent. Let's go to number 4. Okay, let me read number 4. What is currently available, information, training, etc., that is consistent in terms of its content and message, applicable, oh boy, I wrote this, oh my God. Applicable to both its vertical and horizontal audience, provides regulatory design, installation guidance for rooftop mounted multiple tank solar systems rated 10 kW and less. Again, it's a consistent message. I think this goes back to training. And we got Group C, revised issue statement. Thank you, Group C. Okay, so what resources should be available to provide regulatory design, installation, and utility requirements, guidance for HVAC design installs of rooftop TPW smaller PV systems. Now, what the recommended solutions, they go back again, is it's the guidebook. Okay, that seems to be like a good resource, and again, like the previous solution, some kind of online resource that's available for people to use. How to use the guidebook, how to use the checklist, maybe examples of what is completed from the application or not. I want to be sure, Group C, am I capturing your? Does that make sense?
Double checking.
Okay.
And I know the CSE has training for the guidebook. I don't know if it would qualify for this statement right here, where it says simple online interactive resource. It's not an interactive resource per se, it's a web.
Yeah.
I don't know if that qualifies as
Yeah, I don't think that was our language.
No?
Not for that one.
Okay.
That was the other one.
Did I mess up here?
Yeah.
So the question that I would have on this too, on the Group C, and I appreciate the revising of the issue statement. You know, one thing that you have all sorts of you know, what resources available. The question is what quality or consistency in message is there? You know, if one, I mean, as one of numerous trainers out there, if I'm out there and I'm saying, oh, this is actually how fire classification works, and then somebody else talks and they say something completely different or contradictory to that, then the question is, well, which one's right? And then different people are hearing different messages, and then there's going to be inconsistency as to which jurisdiction went to which training.
So are we trying to paraphrase basically like the CBC, the CEC, and the NEC alongside manufacturer installation instructions here? I mean, those are really the 4 things that dictate how you're going to build any system, be it 10 kilowatt less or more.
Some people may tend to spin certain things in certain ways, as you suggested.
I think what we were trying to capture with our language here, and it was collaborative. The manufacturers that were represented wanted to make sure that we included training from all aspects of the industry. So we wanted to say, look, there's a guidebook out there. That is something that was based on code and the documents you just referenced in product standards. That's available. In addition, training needs to be available, and it needs to come from all resources. It needs to come from CalSpeed, it needs to come from UL,
that go back to training on the guidebook again, or?
No, just training. Because the question is what should be available, what resources should be available, and what is available. And we didn't want to leave out the guidebook. There's a resource that, and it was produced under the state authority that says this is the bottom line, this applies, and it's a source of information. So there's a source of information. What else should we do? We need to train more. So that's the essence of it.
So we earlier talked about training, trying to capture.
And everyone should be involved in training.
Capture what's out there already, identify those that training on the website. So this all kind of related. And then anything else?
Well, the reason we keep mentioning the guidebook is, again, if you go back to the issue statement, it's talking about 10 kW and smaller systems. So we're talking about systems that are applicable to 2188. So where that's the focus. Definitely PV as a subject is greater than just 10 kW, but we seem to be, from the question we're getting, is focusing on 2188 applicable systems. So we want to point to the guidebook and then say, plus everyone needs to train everybody.
Anybody else? Any comments on that? Okay, let's roll it up a little bit. Group D. What do they have to say? Again, training. Training is important for getting jurisdictions and systems conforming to CI guidelines. Many training opportunities are available to the following forms and organizations. And our earlier discussion is, again, to capture what's out there. All these organizations provide training, and then we're considering a workshop or summit in November. It's a very focused training at the time we were talking about here. So again, it's capturing what's out there, see what makes sense, and put it on the website, and again, it's that awareness. Does that capture that message correctly for Group D? Fine. Good. Anybody?
Well, just the language, SEAC guidelines?
Yeah, that's exactly what what group wrote. The group wrote. So I
was just questioning that, yeah.
Yeah, that is modified. We're quiet. Any comments? Okay, good. All right, so does this make sense? Is this okay with what's on here right now? Anybody have any concerns? Okay, anybody online, any comments on this?
No comments.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay, excellent. Wow, we did it. Amazing. Good job. Okay, so we got through 4 issues. The next step was taking this information, taking those big ideas, taking the background work that the group has done, putting that into one document, and then bringing that one document back to SEAC. And then write it in a way that is simple, easy to understand, it's correct, and it's not something that's mandated. We're not a body that has any authority, but we want to describe the benefits, not only for the AHJs, but for the private sector, is that they actually implement this, is to provide tremendous value and benefit not only to them, but for the whole industry. Because the big picture here, again, is getting solar installed in a safe and correct manner, and just moving the industry several levels up. And so, again, from the time perspective, is, we want to improve our communities, we want to use renewables, and we believe SEAC is the way to do that, and we hope that you guys see that same thing. So that's the 4 issues. I want to quickly go on issues 5 to 8. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So we looked at we had those 60 originals, and we came down to 11. So we looked at the other 11 issues, and there was a lot of focus on 2703. You know, 2703. A lot of questions out there. So these are suggested issues to tackle, and we wanted to get some feedback on those. We can do that now. Just make sure those 4 good places to start. We can definitely do more, but at least we can start with these 4. So first of all, what is UL 2703 applies to the solar industry? We're hearing that there's misunderstandings. What is UL 2703? Some jurisdictions may not even be aware. So there's misunderstanding. So it's necessary to really describe what this is and what it does. We thought, working with Mustafa, that was
couldn't be more fortunate to have Jeff and Leon, and of course Pete, and John, you and Mark, are you all? Oh, Greg, you all, right? Yeah. So the 5 or 6 of us were actually on that FTP, which we started doing back on the conference calls and getting all the issues. But as we speak, there are so many questions on 2703 and how the installer is looking at it and how the building inspectors are looking at it. So there is a huge issue. We have issue with Burnley product versus issue regarding various vacuum companies that they have gone through. There are 2 of them here today. They've gone through 2703, and we're just trying to see. And this was one of the popular, just like you said, the items that on the inspectors' radar as well as the installer. How can I get my 2703 installation done, and how can I get my 2703 installation approved?
So the idea here is we could go into very technical perspective on this 2703, but it's more like the start, the foundation. You know, and what is the foundation here? It's understanding 2703 first. And then build from it. You go from there. That's what issue number 5 about. Issue number 6 is so we get a document that says this product is listed under Google 2703. Is that enough? You know. So that's the question. Or should you dig in a little deeper? Is it just listed for fire, or is it just for loading, or 2 components, or all 3? So is it necessary to dig a little deeper, or just accept that? So that was another. So that was the second one. Number 7. Unnecessary classification course installation instructions required. There was some discussion about that earlier. You know, somebody's getting a cover sheet from the sales report. Is that enough? Or, you know, it's the process of testing the document versus the installation instructions. Do they match? You know, is that something that should be discussed and provide an answer? Testing routes. You know, we have you all here, ETL, and others. Are they doing maybe the same standards, doing things a little differently? Is that critical? That's so we're kind of posting those questions out there and see are these good things to ask and address at this time. So putting it out there. We got about 15 minutes. We can spend a little bit of time on there and get your feedback. So all of them are up for discussion. So anybody?
I know that last item that was brought up is an issue of concern. I know Mustafa has addressed the consistency and the method by which things are tested and evaluated by various test labs. Just in the bonding and grounding area, we had a lot of conversations between TUV, Intertech, and UL over the past several months to make certain that all 3 test labs had a clear understanding of what the limited short circuit current test requirements were, and that did prompt some changes where consistency now appears to be in place amongst those 3 test labs. Those definitely are topics of the task group's discussions that are underway, and we'll be continuing to see better consistency on 2703 in the coming months. So it's not as if we have to have change to the language to get that consistency. It's just having communication amongst the test labs that are working on this to make sure they are all interpreting this in the correct manner.
Actually, I disagree with the last statement.
What's that?
With the last part of it, where you said we don't necessarily need to change the standard, we just need to have consistency.
Well, no, what we need to have is consistency and understanding of the standard as it's currently worded.
Okay, but sometimes if there is not consistency, it indicates that there may need to be changes to the wording. So I wouldn't discount that.
And
a lot of times, that's how a lot of standards change, is because a lot of standards grow in size simply because when it was originally written, it made sense to the guys who were writing it. But then somebody else who has no involvement with it. I mean, this happened to me recently on another standard of ours, where somebody who's not involved in testing was asking all sorts of questions and did not understand exactly how testing might operate.
This standard is a great case in point. There's some inconsistencies and room for subjectivity that is
and so
causing challenges.
We have to then increases or changes the word.
I'm making, John, and my point, I think, is still legitimate as it relates to limited short circuit current test. There was a different understanding of what that test requirement was at Intertech, TUV, and UL. And through discussions amongst those three test labs, between Chris Flickiger, myself, and those labs, we were able to get clarity on what the wording actually is as it stands today, and all three test labs now are on the same page. So I recognize language changes might be necessary to avoid similar inconsistency in interpretation, but the fact of the matter is that we can address those before those changes get formalized, and we have already.
So and I kind of want to back up Jeff's point, although you're correct too. You're both right.
In a completely different way.
But just sitting on the task group meeting last week, there were individuals that were confused on short circuit test as AC as opposed to DC, and so the case there, and the UL representative that was there, Chris, said, okay, you're not understanding the test we're talking about because maybe it was someone who just needed a test lab that needed education on what that meant. And in other cases, though, agreed, language, and Chris mentioned this, language can change to clarify if needed.
Oh, and we're going to clear that one up too, just to avoid the future potential of misinterpretation because we're getting it from racking companies who also don't understand that language. So while we've got the three test labs understanding consistently what that limited circuit current test is, we will add additional language to make certain that when manufacturers that want to do that test before going to the labs, that they will be able to do it properly.
It's just that sometimes we say the standard's bad, when really it's just misunderstanding of those using it. And sometimes limitations, with all due respect, of those that are reading it and how they want to use the standard. So is the standard not written well, or is it, someone not reading it and not wanting to read it correctly? You can't.
Written bad, or
Maybe the bodily convective test that Jeff is talking about was copied from a different standard. Was copied from 1741.
And there was unfortunately some errors in the subject standard, the second issue, where it put in 0 to 240 volt AC, which like, okay, I'll use the 0. And that was an error that was corrected when it went to the first formal edition. So fortunately, I'm not going to disagree. There's a lot of language changes, in my opinion, that need to be made to UL 2703, but the ones that relate to the concern that LA County has addressed, which is there consistency in these tests? Many of those we can get addressed before we change the formal language and make sure at least the test labs are interpreted in a consistent way.
So I'm going to go back. Good discussion. So this is a good topic to get next.
I'm going to
suggest to you though, one thing. Okay, so you're talking about that these task groups are going to have solutions by September 15th. And September 15th, if we think about that, that's right at the beginning of SPI. I'm sure there are a number of people here that are having to do some preparation for SPI. I'm sure that there's also the fact that there is a Labor Day weekend. There's also the IEI Southwestern section. There's a few things that are kind of a bit compressed on that. And I'm just suggesting September 15th is maybe an extremely aggressive date to find time for these various task groups, to find a time that those people can get together to actually talk. Just once. Sure. And I think it's going to take more than one phone call. It's going to take maybe 2 or 3. So September 15th, I think that's you're talking.
A little aggressive.
Very aggressive. You're talking 19 days, and that's including Saturdays, Sundays, and one holiday.
Don't put your schedule around me, but beginning Saturday I'll be on vacation for 2 weeks, so I will take a vacation and not participate in the meantime. But you can do it without me.
That's what I'm just suggesting. Remember what she was saying before, and I agree with what Pete made a comment about the rushing.
Yeah.
Is that this is a very it can be a very complex, and there's a lot of passion involved in this one. So I'm just suggesting you may want to consider putting in a couple more weeks, and so that we can talk, that we won't be necessarily having a large debate during our overall committee meeting in September on this, that we would do it more and wrap it up in October. Just a suggestion.
And also, we agreed on the major issues, on the major solutions on the first 4 issues. That's going to take some time to put those together and come back to you. That's also going to take some time, some effort. So, I mean, we could, SDI, there's other things going on. The 22nd is that a little better? Just putting a date out there.
Anything is better than 15, but still, I'm suggesting, Mr. Chair, even if we say 22nd, then you have these many individuals.
We need a deadline,
Well, can I get clarity on what we are hoping to accomplish by that date? Now, I know that one of the projects that you've asked for me to address is the photographic guidelines. That's a clear project that I'm confident with the right group of people, we can sort that out in a matter of 2 meetings, probably. What beyond that would you be asking the folks in this group? I understand there's groups. Are these new groups we've got on that chart? Okay.
What we did is, we had the original group, and we're mixing up everybody again. We want you guys to get to know each other in different groups, and also, again, it's different perspectives again. Put them out on the table, and so we'll keep mixing everybody up. And so that's the list of the groups.
Okay, got it. I think 5 and 6 are the outline.
So, what I hear from John, that, and I agree, this especially you want 27 or 3, it's a bit of a big item ticket that you need to spend a little more time.
So what do you think is not much?
But I feel that as long as we could achieve something by our November 13 training, because that is a big ticket item on our training. I really want the SEAC to be able to come up with some kind of solution and recommendation for the presenters of, whoever the presenters are going to be. I know Jeff is on, I know I'm on, whoever.
A suggestion maybe is that instead of saying it being a solution submission deadline of September 15th, is that whatever the group has done by September 22nd, that's what it's more of a progress report on that. And it's because, and so we can, so to encourage each of the groups to at least pick, and this is the quick ones that I have, but not, because it makes me nervous saying solution submission. That's saying that, that's final.
No, it's not final.
I understand, but see, that's my problem with your wording, is that if we're saying, what is our end goal? If our end goal is to finalize it by November, that's great. And so that means before the October meeting, that's great. But just as,
if you look at what we have, what we have done, the groups got together and they came up with recommendations. They wrote up a paper, okay, and that was basically draft. Then we took the big components out of those and we presented those today. And then from those big components, we're going to go out with another paper, and then I'll get finalized. So what the groups put together, no, it's not the final end. It is a product, it is a deliverable, and we want folks, understanding everybody's resources, everything else. And if by the 22nd we come up with something that we can then discuss at our September meeting, at least a big idea that's coming out of this. So that we keep coming up with solutions, these big ideas, and then we can detail. Is that something achievable by the 22nd? Can we try it?
Certainly can try anything. But the thing is, I'm just suggesting it's very aggressive considering the time of year.
Okay.
One question.
Yeah.
So, November 13th is a Friday.
Yeah.
Is that etched in stone?
The problem is
really hard for some.
There's the stone right there.
The challenge we're in is finding a place to hold it. And that's the biggest. It's so difficult finding a place. So let's try this. Okay.
The whole building, all the parking lot, just to us now, because the building is closed.
So let me go back. Okay. So is the 22nd too aggressive? I really want to hear from everybody.
We're not coming up with finalized information. We're coming up with our basic proposals.
Exactly.
So I feel comfortable that we can do that by 22nd.
Yeah. Okay. Let's try it. We're going to have Don Hughes online. We're bringing in Don Hughes to please include him when you guys decide to meet either physically or conference call. Please include Don. He's going to be checking in with you guys, okay, to see how things are progressing, okay, and see if you need some assistance and try to facilitate you, try to get to that 22nd date. Okay, so Don is going to be there, kind of pushing this forward.
Well, you'll help.
With that?
He will help.
It will help, definitely.
Yeah, you'll also call in the committee.
Oh, yeah. So, Paula, I know you got some items to bring. Paula, you got some items to bring up, and we're.
What, on status update?
Yes.
Okay, well, Mustafa earlier on spoke about online permitting software. So it was just that we've already seen 2 demonstrations of software products, and there's a third one that we're going to be setting up another demonstration on. And we're just evaluating it until such time that we feel that it's happy, we'll be happy that, it's worth having all the members here to take a look at it, and then we'll invite them to that meeting to demonstrate. And then I'd also like to mention SEI, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff got SEAC onto a talking session there at SEI.
Thursday morning, if you're there, we'll be addressing AB 2188, streamlined permitting with SEAC and the Center for Sustainable Energy.
So it's September the 17th, Thursday, 10 a.m. to 11:30, right?
Correct.
And room 207A.
Yeah, as I understand, it's the technical training area, so I'm not sure how. Last year was right on the show floor. It sounds like they're moving it into a room. But.
Okay, so we'll be sharing all those details with everyone, so you know exactly what it is.
It's free to go to if you're in the expo, so you don't have to pay anything.
Great.
Also, for SPI tickets, I need to get the names and contact people of the tickets that I give out, so I have to apply for them and register.
Yeah, we all have to do that, so probably what we should do is the people that are donating tickets, including Craig, who's not here for the moment, we'll just coordinate with Paula so she can get the lists of all of you folks that need those tickets. And I think right now we've got 20 to 25 already lined up.
So Craig offered tickets, and there were 6.
I think he has 6. I get 10. You get 4. That's 20, and then RBI's got probably 8 they can get us. So we got about, I think, 25, maybe upwards of 30 tickets that we can.
Excellent. The sooner the better. I got to get it more.
Yeah. Well, I haven't had any more companies to say that they need.
Yeah.
David, you want?
And Sparky, are you on that list already?
I'm not sure I can go.
You said that you were going to be.
It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. One day you can, if you don't have for all 3 days, you can go at least for 1 day.
Yeah, come on, you've committed to the committee, remember?
Sorry, I couldn't say.
Anything else, Paul?
And then I was just also going to mention that Don from CSE kindly availed his time to assist facilitate groups that are backing. So we've got Don's help. Thank you very much, Marcus.
Did you volunteer?
And then also to thank Jeff very much for helping us with coordinating the workshop, your help and feedback and input. That's been greatly valued. And then also, is Alan Field still online? I guess he can't, but he can't talk. I just wanted to mention that he actually came up with some really valuable feedback on the group work that was being done. And he mentioned that maybe with the group workers to use Google Docs as a sort of a tracking option.
We're using, it's going to be up, we're all using Word.
And then some of us are going to be old school and
Yeah,
maybe not know how to
let's
use
stick
that.
with Word, let's
Oh,
go back to
okay.
top, yeah.
All right. Okay. And then, yeah, so we've got the next 4 issues to tackle and to get feedback on in the next few weeks.
Just so I'm clear, those next 4 issues, 5, 6, 7, 8, those were from the original brainstorming session we had, and they just fell out as the problem.
All that was covered, we made an executive decision, but
You only have to do 2 of them.
I mean, because honestly, 2703 is a problem for me in commercial, but it's not a problem for me for residential permit.
Yeah, but it's not for you, Jim, but for Durango and Sunderland it is.
Okay. So, well, if it's not, then you're.
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is, if it's not, then you might want to share why it isn't. Help the other folks.
Well, then we talk after this, I want to remind you that you could be still. On your reserve system, so.
Right.
That's being dealing with it right now, so.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody have any final comments? Anything else? James said, yes, we can register anyone for SPI without names and emails. So James can do that, but we need to know.
I need names and emails.
So, okay, so.
I'm pretty sure that he needs names and emails if he's not done this
I
before.
registered
I can guarantee it.
Okay.
I noticed
Yeah.
there was a lot of people.
Don't worry, between Paula and the 4 people, including Craig, that are donating tickets, we'll get this managed. I think we can get you the information, or get our information to our marketing people by early next week. Should be fine, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
sooner the better.
Okay.
If you can get me 4 names right away, that's great.
We're just gonna have Paula collect the names of the people who need to get registered for SPI for the tickets we're donating, and we'll get those names distributed to the 4 people that are donating tickets, you, Mark, myself, and James from RBI.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. I have a list of the ones that, registered.
Yeah.
I can send you.
I
Well, you should,
I
you
did
did, right?
registration, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Anything else, anybody? So in closing, what we worked in this meeting today, obviously, the technology, unfortunately, sucks again. So I don't know, we're gonna find a fix for that, some of the system. Our next meeting, we're moving back to the other conference room, which makes it even more challenging. So I gotta work with my IT department to see what we can do. This is not good. What worked? Can anybody tell me anything we should adjust in terms of how we do these meetings? What works, didn't work?
If you could add page numbers to the handouts, that makes it a little easier to follow along when we're looking at the documents, so that would be real helpful.
All right, I will do that. Anybody else? Comments? Yes,
Did we cover 1703 before?
No.
This is my first time here, so why are we talking on 2703 without 1703?
Are you talking fire classification?
No, that's for panels.
What's the question on 1703?
Since we talking on 2703, why are we talking about 1703 because it's for panels?
But there doesn't seem to be any problem with 1703, which is why it's not an item of concern.
Because 2703 is a concern with the racking system, is basically the frame, how it's mounted, so there's also the problem under 1703.
But all that still gets encompassed in 2703 as a general topic?
Not exactly the same, yes, they copied most of the clauses, but still there's some differences.
I'd agree with Jeff that the issue is that 1703 is not the issue, 2703 is.
We got a task group.
1703 you have, it's just going to deal, yes, you have racking system requirements in there, but that's if the panel manufacturer is supplying that with their panels. 2703 is when the racking system is supplied separately from the panel manufacturer.
Correct. Before
Okay.
it was like that.
Exactly. So the issues are with how you a lot of the issues are how the racking systems manufactured by somebody completely different line up with the panels that are manufactured by somebody completely different, and that's where the issues and concerns and the questions come from.
We do have a task group, I think that'll address the concerns you're mentioning, which is a joint 1703-2703 task group that is, so that's being done within 2703, so while I appreciate the core of where your concerns are, my sense is that that's still being addressed within the 2703 language, and then when it comes out, that task group would then translate over to the 1703 STP for updating to 1703. But
also 1703 by itself may help us insert more questions in the 2703. So from 5 all the way to 8 is only 2703. And now the first edition of 2703 is talking about having all the panel approved with the system that's going to be listed in the 2703.
Well, again, this is all being addressed in 2703, so I
What do we do this? It sounds like you have a valid, just listening to you, if maybe you can send it, you can describe what that issue is, send it to us, and we may not be able to address it with the 2703 discussions, but we can touch on it later, just bring it back to the table and flush it out. If we could have a little more discussion on that, would that be okay? Just kind of describe what you're trying to address, send it to Paula. Does that work? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, folks, thank you. Good job. Excellent. And FBI.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
I didn't pick up on it for a minute. I'm about to do my dad.
Yeah, our mind,
See anybody on this side? All right, my name is the new guy.